太斯文啦，俾啲手勢標啊嘛。
咁我哋而家放個 lunch break 先。我哋帶佢哋行先啊！考試就係但不止考試，因為全部我留學嘅時候，喺嗰度。哇！你唔問咧，做錯大家都我最如果你開暑假啦，開咩？暑假有。 聽數嘅。一齊食飯㗎。我點解擺低咗你哋？我你哋，我搞埋少嘢先。冇。跟住翻嚟仲有其他嘢。你有冇時間啊？
個個都非常之有交流嘅。
我寫埋先啦。好。之後先係啊。喂，係啊，佢有冇見佢嘅？
沒事。我幫佢問下先。你表示想問下冇話資料，其實係我哋自己。
係啊，佢哋。
我驚佢哋走曬，因為喜氣係餐廳
走落嚟㗎，係啊。
我去揾下。
冇揾啊嗱，喺P1其實咧P1行過去2分鐘就啦。好。係啦，喜氣。
我跟你
住嘅 ，OK。我哋點啊？你咪食飯講啲啱啊！係 OK 好，咁就出邊冇人㗎嘛，即係而家係做晒㗎啦。晏晝 Discord 嗰陣時候，我哋係咪要做少少？Ivan 嘅喺度嘅，不過頭先幫你做咗呢個範，原先係 presentation 嗰個 try，而家係第一個 try。係冇錯，我哋亦都講到上邊個 try。翻到晒落嚟，你等我一陣。
我已經交。
我都可以。都唔係咁。嗰時候都有少少選擇，你啲同事全部擺晒 Google Drive 裏面， 就像前情况，去保障佢嘅水多嘅全部成本上，
因為
因為你當嘅話，所以這個方法還是可以。 share interest，即係做緊 presentation，you just share 先到出去 full screen。
我反正佢好啲難你準備落去啦，我搞。
唔會啊，我同你一齊食啦，下邊好簡單 ，big grab 個 sandwich。WiFi，
如果唔係你 show 聽法嗰個，你 share 嘅話，
啱啱唔使講，有個咁嘅嘢。真係有呢個有呢個。
但係個 team 係咪我整交咗，我交咗，
你食飯之前，我哋有啲嘢要做嘅，未食嘅，係啊，你搞掂先，係啊，你同啲食飯先，係啦，係啦，冇錯，你點嘢先？食嘢係啦，食嘢係啦，你需要俾翻張單我，係啦，你冇係啦，再唔係咧就係啦，你話俾聽你睇點樣處理咗佢，係啦，就唔好請，係啦 ，OK， 好。OK， 好。呢個點做嘅先？有邊個冇㗎？有幾多冇啊？呢個冇啊！呢個先係啊。
問啱我啱啊！我睇到，
係要呢個睇到呢個，但係要轉翻去啦。要轉翻個 full screen 嗰度係要。呢個係得作嚟㗎嘛？呢個係。後面已經封晒。
full screen 啦，兩個呢個，咁即係邊個？
係
觀眾喎，係咪？
咁就係呢個㗎啦。啱㗎啦。係咁意落去就呢個先啦，係啦，係咁意先。
我唔使啊。
冇，我尋日7點先喺度。
佢哋係咪用中文？
跟上晝係有啲苦惱嘅，上晝係廣州嚟嘅班，係啊，
所以講
係冇錯。同埋佢聽下，跟住咧，好似成班裏邊都冇有，好似有一個鬼仔嘅啫，其實係咁，所以就跟住轉一群。係。有咩要食啊？
哦，我說你的控制，
唔好話呢種呢種。
个宝贝。I hope that your lunch was not too heavy back then. Hi everyone, I hope that your lunch was not too heavy because we're about to start. Hi everyone, I hope that your lunch was not too heavy because I will need you to stay awake with me. As we're about to approach the second part of the seminar with a lot of interesting topics lining up. I'm Mobilization, and I feel great to be back as the moderator this year. And we will have a break at around 3:30. And so now, hang on and sit tight. We're honored to have Mr. Nick Chan, BBS MHJP, to be here with us today. And we're grateful for your time and efforts. Let's welcome Mr. Chan. I don't know what is my name. Tracy, what is my name? What is my name, Tracy? Hi everyone. I hope that your lunch was not too heavy back then. Because I will need you to stay awake with me. As we're now approaching to the second part of the seminar with a lot of interesting topics approaching, lining up. I'm Mobilization, the moderator, and I feel great. I'm Mobilization, and I'm the moderator this year. I'm Mobilization, and I feel great to be back as the moderator this year. And we'll have break at around 3:30. So now, hang on, sit tight. And let us welcome our honored guest, Mr. Nick Chan, BBS JP MH. Thank you. Welcome to this meeting. 错呢啲人都冇乜所謂。有 WiFi。我介紹你嘅話，其實 Mr. Nick Chan，咁你想同我講下 BDSM exchange or？
咩參與？
我哋會有中學會有啲教授，會有
做教授。你係做 MC 啊？我做 MC。即如果我 MC。
其實你 feel free 嘅，可能咁但係我哋高分係應該民主嘅，但可以減十幾種。
上課嘅時候嗰啲做過，佢哋因為有啲係廣州嗰個創業都發起嘅，所以成個變咗啲中文，
係咯。
變咗廣東話。但係嗰邊熟悉嘅一個係要聽，大部分係聽廣東話。應該係 student。應該大部分係書上面嘅事。有時都上緊嚟，因為頭先上半場啦，就可能分享得太多，跟住都過咗50分鐘，所以有啲嘅食飯比較遲。
咁我哋同佢哋講點啊？
我唔知道，但係經常佢都冇 join 嗰啲嘅實習，佢都係 quick lunch 跟住就咁。自己少少嘅。我買出去發過，發過嚟，係咪？我要開手指長過。哦，點解今朝係會做啲咩住聲快個拍個包？應該開你 create 已經開咗嘅 power 之前係翻返到係一個 start 但係而家同轉翻 所以自己方法是。
I'm sorry I couldn't see
系。唔係嗰啲我結婚嗰啲我實識嘅，係都即係除非結婚，即係參加。我知道 QR code 係你 send 咗嗰條片係我手機再轉咗呢度播，我就會播。要嗰個係阿 Amy 嘅視頻，你知我 run down 首先係主題嘉賓呢度講陣先。唔好意思哇！你做咗哇！Theory 都即係我總之，不過就識我都冇好處，即係我先即係交出晒啦，出晒咗。我專門的即係我先去研究嘅。你記得第一次我邊度做嘅？中大嘅語魔術。今年唔係我中大我編書嘅時候都講語魔術。好短休。咁啊，所以有嗰陣時都係引申係開嘢嘅，引多啲同學。
我問題我 space 幫我做嚟嘅，所以係十分快。即係你係得嘅，成日都見到㗎啦。即係反而你係好人，內心越糾結啦，真係。係啊，我哋話即係
關於食咁多貨，係啊，佢食咁多大學生啦。我哋整個人發力出嚟，我真係整個人發力出嚟嘅，係咯。你好似做到，我話我都有，OK， 對唔對？即係細嘅同沙嚟嘅，都 OK， 係咯，即係我都係呢樣。佢 IG 好多嘢講，IG 都係我打算都係都係有時候你覺得自己我先啦，阿 Mary 都認識下啦，其實嚇。Mary，你公司佢有個 ESG 6Oh, of course,对。社會上邊啲疏係為咗啲嘢嘗試，即係你哋出嚟嘗試將你嘅嘢都係輕鬆嘅，OK 嘅。即係我嘅出去搞，我知道。好多年，好多年，你嘅實質點會好快？即係啲 office 好中意嘅，即係人會即係唔有錯嘅，科技嚟嘅，或者個流科技你真係係，所以你啱你都即係呢個唔係做生意，但係咧就你啱就因為你咁咪跟住我都要有啲安全啊，即係你諗下，咁我可以做啲標準嘅。 嗰陣時咁啲咧係有時追佢哇！真係大有兼備，自己咧佢哋好出色啊！呢個真係我明時嘅時候，已經即係見面嘅時候，嗰啲波球嗰啲，但係而家我有多時候乜歌咧就咁佢咧係啊，佢一邊啊好多 fans 嘅，佢咁犀利㗎，係啊，容易㗎，每一篇喎，個篇文好長喎，我諗住400字嗰啲，我諗好攰咁樣，佢全部邊有料到喎，係啊，講下科技啊，講下工業啊，講下呢樣需要嗰啲，你睇我本身我好多嘢寫嘅喎，應該睇佢啲。真係係可以睇嘅。你識咗我之後，我會查嘢啊，會煩嘢啊，咁就係點樣咧？即係即係人哋喺早晨我
可以解釋下。
我可以睇啊，睇為但係咧就係見多啲。今朝先翻嚟，我就話你個卡表好得意喎，係啊，先輸咗嘅時候，輸係啦，輸。嗱呢啲真係好嘢嘅，又係前一些上翻嚟，因為傾到以前已經主動出嚟。咩主動啊？佢係有得你2個月嗰啲翻嚟先蘇我㗎我真係2個月啦，你問下佢自己要得閒啊嘛。佢一上晚先忙緊自己先，因為認識啦，係啊，介紹你啊，介紹你啊，我知你嘅趨勢，我知你嘅趨勢啊，其實你有多啲信息啊，趨勢，追咗運動員，追運動喎，係啦，你邊方面運動？係啊，即係想學下。花嘢係嘛？係啊。曾經問過而家寫成係我信任嗰個經驗嘅嗰時候，即係之前真係因為佢嘅創作真係好多人嗰時寫啲嗰班人細嘅，其實佢要嗰時候係好樣嘅， 有关系。Ảo của CNC cho quân về các công
我哋19號嘅保障係
我呢個做咩啊？
高星期啦，都我參加成個 CP。
差唔多，差唔多。
Welcome everyone. Welcome. I hope that your lunch back then is not too heavy, or some of you haven't had your chance to get lunch yet. I hope that you can have your lunch sooner or later. And because I I will need you to stay awake with me now, and we're about to approach the second part of the seminar now, with a lot of interesting topics lined up. And I'm Kimberly Shum. I feel great to be back as the moderator this year, and let's sit back and buckle up, because we will have a break at around 3:30. So let's just welcome our valuable guest, Mr. Nick Chan, BBS, MH, and JP. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
Oh, okay, sure, certainly. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Nelson and friends, for inviting me to join this very important event. The future is here. Youth are our future. So if you're here in this room or you're tuning in from online, I would encourage you to really embrace youth and make the most out of it. And one of the things I would recommend you do is to learn more about technology, because technology will change the world. Maybe a bit of self-introduction. You might have seen my bio online, but a brief introduction. When I was young, when I wasn't completely sure what I wanted to do, I ended up doing law and AI as 2 degrees at the same time. I found that to be quite rewarding, enriching, and I think when you're young, or at any age really, we should continue learning and try to equip ourselves to be in the right place to be able to help people around us. So I would encourage you also to read the news, see the big picture. And one of the big picture I see is, if you look around, you would say, perhaps you notice the economy might not be that great at the moment. But that's not a bad thing if you look at it. If you look at it positively, it's how you can make a difference, make a change. We are now the second largest economy in the world. There are 193 countries in the world, and of 193 countries, 140 see us as the largest trading partner, biggest trading partner. So what we do here would impact on a lot of economies, lives around the world. And one of the biggest things that would impact, the greatest impact these days, is IT. More specifically, if I be bold, I would say AI. It is a buzzword, but it's more than AI, of course. So don't be disappointed if you're not focused particularly on AI. But if you look at stages of development in our world, in our economies, we are now at the 4th industrial revolution. Our country have kind of missed out on the first 3. So now's the time. We are at the right place at the right time. Hong Kong, special administrative region, under one country, 2 systems, we're able to access data from around the world, including from mainland China and here, from around, around the world, right? So if you look at AI, people talk about Gen AI a lot. It is powerful, but it does have shortcomings. It has hallucinations, it has bias. It's really garbage in, garbage out. If you don't have the best data, you don't have the right output, right? So it's about how there are different elements to it. I say we need the input to be lawful and ethical. We need the processing to be lawful and ethical, and want the output to be useful and do knowledge transfer. So one of the things I do is I chair the ITVF $2 billion ITVF fund, Innovation Technology Venture Fund. And then I encourage you, there's startups in this room, I encourage you to apply for our funding. $2 billion there waiting for you. Also head up, we're close to Hong Kong, in Chinese University of Hong Kong, just across the road. I had the knowledge transfer committee over there. We also have some funding. But anyway, so all the universities here are here to help. As a country, I'm a member of the National People's Congress, I'm a serving member. So we pass laws. We've been looking at we formulated the 14th Five-Year Plan. where we have 8 centers for Hong Kong. We're now formulating our 15th five-year plan. So we'll be looking to each of you to help us realize our position for the 8 centers. But don't lose heart again if you feel, well, I'm not a finance person. Well, some of you are in this room, but it radiates off to the rest of the economy. So to succeed, we need people. People understand all this technology, understand its impact on the community, and be able to see into the future and make that impact. I think that is very meaningful, very useful. And do it, we shouldn't do it as a silo. We should work with our friends from the Greater Bay Area, Carmen and friends, who's visiting us. I think we should find friends. Together we are stronger. Together we go further. Alone we run faster, we think, but in the long run, we should work together. You look at the Greater Bay Area, 9+2. Why isn't it Guangdong plus Hong Kong, SAR, and Macau SAR? Why is it 9+2? It's a very clear message from the country saying work with everyone, respect every other city, and work closer together. Really, if you just look at Guangzhou or Guangdong economy, and then you put Hong Kong next to it, we are so small in Hong Kong. So by breaking it up in a way, it's really about how one city can run with the other, something like the 10 brothers, and we can go further. We should explore new markets like ASEAN and further, Middle East, Africa. These are huge future markets. If you look at the country's planned policies about dual circulation, it really is about, and I think we should appreciate the subtleties. Why do we have dual circulation? Why have internal circulation? But hey, we don't about 1.4 billion people, it's a lot of people, and also external. The practical reality is we are in a, I wouldn't call it a perfect storm, but we are in a geopolitical storm. It's raining outside, I know, but we are in a bit of a geopolitical storm. The reality is, you like it or not, there are some forces at work, push and pull factors that are curtailing, affecting, placing condition on how we advance our economies, how you grow as a person. But don't despair, you look at where else you can grow. That's part of the reason why you have the Belt to Grow initiative, growing with our friends. Why BRICS is growing bigger. We have RCEP that Hong Kong will soon be part of. And if you join RCEP, there are many things I suggest that you could use AI or other technology to look into how we could make the most out of it. Today, some of you participate in hackathon. You know how to hack. You know how to work the system, understand the system, understand that system. In our sense, if you make your product, if anyone, doesn't have to be us, but we, along with our friends from around the world, industry from around the world, and I know Mark is an industrialist. So if you make things in the past, yes, you make it in mainland China where it's cheaper, but since the 2010, our cost of labor have gone up, way above India, Malaysia, Vietnam, and so on. But why are we so successful? We have that supply chain. So if you come in a pair of jeans today, your pair of jeans are probably made in over 30 countries. Doesn't have to be, but why? People are gaming this tax trade system to make the most out of it. It's trade treaties and so on. But these are precisely things you could search with search engines, and you plug it in, make it into a program. With our set in the future, there will be more 90% of products will be tariff-free as we sell amongst these 16 economies or 15 countries, and soon with Hong Kong 16 economies. That's a lot of money people can save. As long as that product, the value content of the product, 40% is made within our set. But let's think about that. If you, let's hack it. If you make, where is the opportunity? We're thinking aloud. If the opportunity is, if you make 40% of the product is made in Hong Kong, now you can sell to all these other countries. But Hong Kong's already tax-free. I mean, apart from whiskeys and so on. But it's basically tax-free. So what do you do? My suggestion is we should maybe work with friends that are happy to work with us. US, I mean, US is a difficult one. You look at OpenAI, Sam doesn't allow us to use OpenAI in Hong Kong. I don't know if he changed it, but he clearly respects the one China policy. He says you can't use it in mainland China and you can't use it in Hong Kong. So he doesn't allow us to use it. A lot of us use POE, we use VPN, but he said the right thing to do to use an engine that doesn't understand our way of thinking. For something it's okay, but for cultural stuff, probably not. For if you use AI for pharmaceutical drug discovery, which is a big thing at CHK and also in here, Science Park. But if you have the wrong data, it won't work. At CHK now we have a new biobank we're building up with Asian DNA, Asian bio stuff. So we could do more drug research, advanced research. And so there are good reasons why this is the place. And apart from people joining this event and similar events to become more tech savvy, improve your disposition in IT, and other events, we need good law. Law is often lacking behind. So at the moment, the intellectual property department is doing consultation and fighting all the comments. Going back to generative AI, I said it's the input, process, and output. So how do we make each of these, hack it again? How do we make all these elements useful? So they are opposing, competing values, but that's something an interest. If we say, come here, develop Gen AI, all you want, you won't be sued. This is an open, encouraging, fostering environment. You come and develop your Gen AI. What does that mean? That would probably mean, if you agree with this, because this might build, economy, job opportunities for all. If you agree with this, then you probably should agree to allow the engine to crawl your website, your database, and you don't claim copyright over it. Because if we all do, what can they crawl? You ask OpenAI, you ask Sam, you ask Samuel, hey, and people asked me before, how did you learn, you grow your training engine? Which websites did you go to? I don't think he's ever answered that directly. And I can understand why. Corporate laws are getting ready, So if you want to grow it, you allow that. But my submission to the government on this consultation would be, yes, if the community is ready for this, yes, let's do this. If not, let's think about opt out. So if you don't opt out, then you are presumed to agree with it. But if the community is still against it, then let's do opt-in. One of the things Cyberport is good at and Hong Kong is good at is Web3. And Web3, we believe in we believe in data sovereignty. Your data belongs to you and you alone. So if I use your data, if I use your contribution, let's say, to build my engine and earn money, I would think it would be appropriate to have some blockchain to recognize your effort, your contribution. And if we make money, you get some part of it. You look at, so-called Web2 today, Facebook, IG, pretending I'm IG, and then, you don't get the sharing of the fee, right? The marketing fee. They get, and you look at TikTok is very successful, for example. A lot of people want to emulate it, but you know how much money TikTok spend in marketing on Microsoft, Google? Hundreds of millions each year. So are they really mortal enemies or friends? Is he affected by a super election year? Definitely affected by a super election year. But what remains is there's a good reason why innovation technology is one of the innovation is one of the 8 centers of importance in Hong Kong. Hong Kong will always be unique within our country. Otherwise, why did the country bother to set up Hong Kong as a SAR back in, or implemented in 1997? But the discussion was in the early 80s. Anyway, with that, I would encourage you also, perhaps leave you with a few thoughts. First, I say, when we invest in people in projects, we really invest in people most of the time. Not the idea you have now, but the person you are. So, 终身学习, right? Keep learning, build friendships at events like this, learn from my sitting Nelson, right? And friends, build positive network and be helpful to people around you. People will remember, and when there's a goodie, will think about you. Friends are good. And secondly, I'd say at universities, sometimes we usually we still have a lot of funding, public funding. Thanks to each of you who's paying tax for the parents. But we can't just spend it freely. We have to be more targeted. If you look at this year's, if you were this year's National People's Congress, we have ministers' path, 部长通道, where the minister would answer questions. One of the things he said really resonated with me is, well, we should have just like Guy said, right? Our chief executive in Hong Kong talks about we have KPIs and we have goal oriented, result oriented. What is the result we want? Think big, right? Dream big. And if your goal is, for example, save, you always talk about market, right? If you want to save, I have more, clean water to drink from. That's what big goal, right? That's also in the sustainable development goals, or more justice for all, law tech or compliance law tech you have there. So you dream big, and then at the university, we should be more targeted. And you will see more of the following. You will see more of project-oriented research funding. There will be more problem statements. At the UST, we had $1 million, what's it called? No, $1 million competition. NASA have the also $1 million amount of funding. So you are given a problem statement like hackathon you have today. You're given a problem statement, solve it. But if it's your own company, you have to find your own problem to deal with. But hopefully you deal with all our problems. But if you, anyway, we don't want to take up too much of the time. We are all here to help. And you can find me online or through Nelson and friends. I hope I could be of service to you. Whatever football is our duty. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
I feel really impressed, and I don't know what to say as a wrap up. You have actually have really good summarize on over the 10 lessons that I have been attending from my MBA classes of my innovation. My professor, like you have really updated informations, and 14.5, you actually have included some of the data I'm gonna share later with other speakers. So thank you so much for your time. We greatly appreciate your efforts and your time here to share your valuable expertise and knowledge with us. Thank you so much. Right. Ecosystem literature. And now may I present Mr. Ivan Chong? Yes. Please be seated first. And now may I present Mr. Evan John, the founder of Co-op Digital Consulting, to share with us how he transitioned from harmonica teaching to found his own cloud service startup. And please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will have a very quick sharing for my part because I know that our next guest, Kevin, is going to need to leave quite sharply on time. So for today, actually, my main objective is to share with you how to start a startup with less than 100 Hong Kong dollar per year of maintenance costs. Yeah, so I would first like to ask some of you whether you have any startup idea. Yeah, or have you found any startup before? Yeah, okay, nice. So I would first, okay. So this is my first objective of today. Yeah, to start, I would share with you the tools and tech stack that I have been using to fund some of my solopreneur projects. And I will quickly go through some of them and to see if they can help you in different aspects of your business. And next, I will also, maybe I don't have time for this part for sharing some tips on upskilling because I have a very untraditional career path development. So I would start by sharing a little bit about myself. So I graduated from King's College, which I'm very lucky to be part of the harmonica band. I'm one of the members of the harmonica band. I learned harmonica there. And then I also graduated from the Chinese University of Hong Kong, having the Bachelor of Business Administration. And my concentration is Management of International Business. And my career journey actually started with harmonica teaching after I graduated from the university. And then for the very first year, I actually had a huge challenge because for my classmates who were making like, one analogy is that one day I chat with my classmate and I know that for the money that they make, for the money that they make and for the money that I save each month, actually, I cannot make the money that they can save each month. The fact is that I can, maybe my monthly salary is like Hong Kong dollar $8,000 per month by that time. And then, but very luckily, I've got the trust from many of my colleagues, from my teachers, as well as different schools teachers. And then I gradually overcome the challenges and build my harmonica career and turning a hobby and an interest into a career. And this is one of the photo of the King's College Harmonica Band, which we got champions in one of the international harmonica competitions. And then this is a very lovely photo of my students. I also taught in different educational institutions like primary school, secondary school, and universities. And over 10 years of teaching, I not only got the chance to teach, but also to perform and serve as jury member in different harmonica competitions in international scope. And then I also participate, and right now I'm in the Hong Kong Harmonica Association, and I'm currently the vice president of it, promoting harmonica locally as well as internationally. So COVID actually posed a really huge challenge for me because, as you know, we cannot wear the mask to play the harmonica. So my income dropped like 80% during that time. And as the elder son of the family, I have to find a way how to make money and to support my parents and my family. So I gave myself a challenge, a 100 days challenge to see whether I can make a career switch. And then this is some of my thoughts, but too many words here. Just that I found that because by that time I don't know how long would COVID last, and then I did some research and I know that the cloud industry should not be affected by COVID, and the business should go on and maybe even better. So I found cloud solutions architect maybe some maybe a role that could best fit in for my niches, like I teach, right? And then I can learn quickly. And also, I know that the career path of solutions architect is quite nice. So I give myself 100 days and to complete a 100 days of cloud challenge. And luckily, I got 12 certifications from multiple cloud vendors after 100 days. And during the second 100 days, I got an offer as a cloud engineer. And later, I also got an offer as a solutions architect, and later being headhunted to another company and being promoted to as a head of global PMO, which is about project management office. And right after 2023, because the COVID is less serious, right? And then harmonica teaching is becoming possible again. So I resigned from my full-time role and started my own digital consulting company, leveraging my expertise or my experience along the years of harmonica teaching and starting this harmonica teaching business. So that's all about myself, a quick intro. But right now, let's move on to talk about all the tools that I've been using and see whether it is possible to share with all of you so that you can start your own business and start up under 100 Hong Kong dollars per year. So let's talk about different startup tools. I have to check the time. Okay, make sure I have enough time for Kevin. Okay, for the first one, domain registration. I would suggest you to use Cloudflare. And then also because it is very good at DNS management, and also it provides kind of SSL certificate, so you can actually manage all of the website relevant DNS record and domain registration over Cloudflare. So here are some of the screenshots. So you can see that you can register your domain there, and then you can also edit the DNS record there. And then for business email and document management, originally I'm using Google's service, Google's Workspace, but I'm not sure whether you have heard about this company before. This is a company under ByteDance, and this is called Lock. And I think it's business tier service. No, it's free tier service. It's really good because you can enjoy free service of business email and also other kinds of very familiar tools like document management. You can also have messenger with your colleagues, and you can also for example, scheduling videos call with them. And then all of these different functions, for example, you can see that all of these different kinds of business emails, as long as your number of staffs is under 50, it is all free. So I would highly suggest you to give it a try and migrate to it. And then next, you can also see that for some of the advanced function that I recommend is about the base. You can see that this is some of the crypto research that I've done using Luck, and so maybe some of you know that Sharp ratio and Karma ratio. And you can also save different pictures inside it. So you can see that that's a picture that you can save in the base. So it is like a database function. Yeah, I highly recommend it to you all. So next is about websites, right? After we get the domain, we have to know how to manage our website for free, right? And also, some of you may have digital products to sell, like ebook or e-course, right? So I would recommend you to use system.io. You can see that the trade here is very lenient, and you can have 2,000 contact, and also you can send unlimited email, and you can also set up your automation and different, for example, sell e-course over there. And then this is one of the screenshots for one of my solopreneur projects, which is about my own cloud career transition journey. And you can see that I launched my ebook there as well as the online course. And I think this is really great for those who want to start your e-course or digital product selling. using system.io. Because my very huge impression is that once I made a sale, for example, for this 100 Days of Cloud Blueprints online course, the money can allow me to maintain the business for over 8 years. I mean, the cost selling money, right? So I think it is really lowering the barrier of entry and also making starting up your projects much more easier. So for graphic design, I'm sure you all have heard about Canva. So it is really powerful, and I almost use Canva for every design, like logo design, poster, Instagram, Facebook page, or post design, as well as it got a really nice function like bulk video creation, and you can create like 100 videos in a short period of time. So that is one of the projects that I've tried. For example, I've tried to create the sharings, for example, from Steve Jobs, different kind of the words of the famous quotes from him or from other famous persons. And I can, as long as I input the CSV file, and it can create the list of videos on Canva. Next, I believe all of you need to collect testimonials from clients, right? So for some of the testimonials, maybe it is from Google Business Profile, as well as some are from LinkedIn, some from Instagram, some from different channels. So do you have a tool to centralize all of these testimonials and put them into your own website and embed on it? I think if you haven't got it, you can try testimonial.to, which is a really nice tool. This is my own company called Digital Consulting, and you can see that under these parts, you can see different social media logos here. You can collect all of these testimonials from your customers and display it as you like the formats. For example, you can display it like animated way, or they need to scroll by themselves. And then after displaying on your website, it's like this. Yeah, this is a screenshot of the testimonials being displayed on my business website. Next, OneStop. This is used for chatbots. So in case you want to schedule appointments with your customer, you can embed this tool to your website. And then you can, something like this. For example, I'm also a harmonica teacher. So you can see that I can preset some of the dialogues to be put there, and then I can collect the information of the leads. And then as long as they've input all of the information, they can schedule a meeting online with me. So I think it is really powerful. Another thing is about collecting money, as well as, for example, I'm charging $2,000 per hour for digital consulting, and I can embed this part to my website, and then my customer can, for example, schedule a 20 minutes free meeting with me, as well as settle the payment here directly and schedule an appointment with me. So that's about the most important tools I've just shared. And for other tools, I do not have enough time today, but I encourage you to take a screenshot, because all of these tools are very useful, and they can all be used in using the free tiers to have a very great effect. Some of those you are very familiar with, for example, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pinterest, YouTube, and Jianyin, which is also called CapCut for the international version. And if you want to manage different social media profiles effectively, you can try these tools called Metrical. It can help you to centralize all of these social media accounts in one place. And for Linktree, it is a very good tool for your Instagram account in particular, because you can only place one link previously, but right now maybe a little bit more, but you can got a nice area to centralize all of the links that you want to share with your customers or your friends. And then for Briefo, it is used for sending email. Yeah. Next, because as a solopreneur, you also need to manage your finance, right? So you need to set up some tools like PayPal, Stripe to collect e-payments. And recently, I found that Air Wallet is really nice as a virtual bank, and it can help settle the transaction very easily. And another open source tool that I would recommend is GNU Cash. That if you need to manage your own account decently, you can use this tool. Next, talking about AI and the latest development trend, I would recommend you all to try these kind of tools. Leonardo AI is for photo creation, and then POE is like you can avoid the VPN, like I mentioned by Nick, and then you can try different GPT models. And then for perplexity is for fact checking. And then another very powerful one is Ghost. This one, like a Ghost. I would recommend you to try the Chinese version because the internationalized version is right now charging. So for the Chinese version, it is still very powerful and free of charge for you to use. The last one is Glyph.app, GLIF.app. Yeah. That's all about the part. And let me share, here are some of the QR codes in case you are interested to learn more about the solopreneur projects or the sites I built with the integration of all of the tools that I mentioned just now. You can take a screenshot here. And I don't have time for Q&A for today, but right now, let's welcome Kelvin on stage to share because he is, and also David on stage because two of them are very expertise. They have the expertise in AI and fintech. Yeah, maybe I pass the time to Kimberly to introduce them.
Thank you, Ivan. We will have you to be back with us and having another dialogue. And so right now we have Mr. David Wen, the founder of Crypt, and a Hong Kong startup which provide a platform to centralize credit card deals, and Mr. Kelvin Cheng, the founder and CEO of Witspresso, a leading technology company that builds next generation technology for due diligence. So please. Hi there. Hello there. We will start with a group question first, and can you please briefly introduce your company and what is the mission in the first place, what is the driving force, and a little bit extra more of the background first. Thank you.
Hi everybody, so my name is David and I'm the founder of Crypt. And in short, Crypt has created a centralized credit card deals platform. So really if you think about, for those of you who have a credit card in your wallets, I'm sure everybody has a few. Think about how many discounts, offers, well, I guess in Hong Kong we call it Judge Show, right? How many of those do you actually know about? I'll give you a few seconds to think about that. Probably a few, but not many. But in reality, a lot of these cards actually have over hundreds, if not thousands of these deals. And not knowing about that creates a very big problem because obviously merchants want you to know about these deals to go spend money, right? Especially in Hong Kong now, the retail sector is facing some challenges. And so getting to know these deals is incredibly important. So we enable everybody from consumers to businesses to know about these deals through an API. So we've created an API that accesses the integrated centralized database of those deals. So I don't want to go into too much technicality, but that's in essence what we've built.
Yeah, so my name is Calvin. I'm the founder of Witspresso. We don't sell coffee. It's symbolized wisdom as condensed as an espresso. So we see Hong Kong, as a global financial center, as well as a verification center. Actually, a lot of the transactions are very manual, so especially on the due diligence part. So our vision is to leverage natural language processing, AI technology to streamline many of these due diligence workflows. So we provide due diligence AI technology for banks, for law firms, as well as listed companies. So we help more than half of the law firms in Hong Kong on IPO verification. We help many different banks and as well as the Hang Seng Index on looking into ESG products, creating new green financing opportunities. And we also do help government to do vetting for some of the funding programs. So hopefully our technology can elevate our Hong Kong brand as a financial center and combine technology and professional service together.
Thank you so much. I know that the company of you two is actually a rising star from fintech company. Do you have any key career paths available for students as a recommendation who are interested in pursuing a fintech related career, especially in Hong Kong?
Well, I think there are a lot of programs available to students who are interested to just know a little bit about it first, right? Without actually committing to it. We're actually from Cyberport, I believe you guys are as well. And so we actually work with Cyberport in bringing interns into our program. There's a few different programs. One of them is called, I think, the Youth Startup Internship Program. So we've actually been working with them for 3 years now, bringing interns in. So I think, for those who are interested to learn a little bit more about the fintech space, that's a good way to just get your feet wet, right? For 3 months, 6 months, not a long-term commitment, you get to learn a little bit more. And I would say also in this world that we live in, talk to people. I know especially a lot of kids now live on their phones. Go out and talk to people, go network. In fact, I'm always speaking to students who are just interested to learn more about, fintech, finance, and this kind of industry, and just reach out to people. And you'd be surprised how open people like us are to just grab a coffee and to share what we know. And that's the best way to learn about this sector.
Yeah, and just to ride on David's comment, there, apart from having a lot of programs, go to these places, Cyberport, Science Park, and learn more about what different companies do. I think the landscape have changed a lot. When I first started the company 7 years ago, if you, we're trying to very hard to find interns, having 10 applications, we go hooray. Then it went from 10 to 50 each year for an internship to 200 to 500. This year we have over 1,000 people applying for internships. So there are a lot of competition. So how do you stand out? Essentially focus on skills, because I think a lot of students would focus on their education, but that's actually just one of the many things that we look at. We are a startup. We want people to come and get things done, right? So focus on some of the harder skills and soft skills. For example, depending on what you're trying to do, if you're in the product stream, learn more about the industry, about what the company is trying to get into and the market landscape. If you're on the engineering stream, then don't say I want to be an engineer. That's it. There's so many different roles: DevOps, software development, data science, prompt engineering, all that. So make sure you know what you're getting yourself into.
Thank you for your advice. And so I would like to ask for Kevin first. For in the financial industry, especially for IPO filing, they're usually heavily regulated, right? And how can Espresso ensure the NLP models, outputs, and recommendations can comply with all relevant regulations, which is under different jurisdiction? Because, for example, I noted your company have been focusing in Greater Bay Area, which already have involved both common and civil law. So you can give us a brief answer in layman terms. Thank you.
Sure. We have a team for that.
Of course.
And I think to put it simply, we are a regulatory technology, RegTech. So it's very important for certain aspects of our products to be scalable, but there are certain parts, for example, the data, the regulations that are not scalable. But the technology, the framework, as well as the way to implement a lot of these combining domain knowledge into technology, those are scalable. So we focus on that. That's why we do actually recruit a lot of people focusing on products. When we actually target a new market, we would have product teams to look into what are the differences. Are there any similarities? Hong Kong is still, I think, looked up to by many countries, especially in Southeast Asia. So I was actually just back from Malaysia this morning. They always reference Hong Kong as they are the stock exchange, as well as what the SFC is doing in formulating their ESG regulation as well as their listing rules. So I think there are a lot of things we can do just to take the lead and make sure it achieve desired results.
Oh, I see. Thank you. So one more question for you first, Kevin. The performance of your NLP model is heavily dependent on the quality and diversity of the training data, right? And if the data is used to train the model has inherent bias or limitation from human, right, or the trainer, the model may appear to be inaccurate or have biased decision when processing your company information. So, how would you guys avoid such kind of situation may happen in the future?
Okay, this question is a little bit more technical. First, we want to understand AI is not one singularity. Okay, accuracy is subjective. Accuracy may vary depending on your role, your angle, and what workflow you're trying to do. So what we do, and we always tell our clients, don't underestimate the degree of input we need from you, because it is the back testing process is a collaboration. It's not one way. We can't be saying, hey, it passed an F1 score of 80%. That's a statistical score, and then it's average. That doesn't work. We need to understand what are the user expectations. That's where the soft skills comes in. So if you're working on the product teams or the customer success team, you'll be answering a lot of questions from the clients about accuracy, because accuracy can come on many different levels. It could be just completely not meeting your answers. It also could be it's actually there but giving you the wrong answer for the wrong reason. It could give you the right answer for the wrong reason too. So there are many scenarios we need to look at and to backtest and fine-tune the model until we reach a certain threshold that it was agreed between the parties, and then we go into production. So we have a very set process to achieve an acceptable level.
Thank you for your answer in here. So for David, like about Crip, what is your approach of the data security and the user privacy protection within the mobile app and payment process and service? And what kind of safeguards have you taken place to build a customer trust between company and the client? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think everybody is very mindful of data security in the space of payments and financial technology in the first place. And we found that out almost right away. It's pretty funny, right? Because talk about Greater Bay Area, and you think this is one area, but then if you look at how people think about data privacy between Hong Kong and China is completely different, right? So in Hong Kong, people are generally a little bit more conservative, let's say protective of their data. Which I understand, right? So we've actually built this app from day one without actually asking customers to give us a lot of data. So when you download the app, and some shameless promoting, if you haven't downloaded the Crip app, you should totally download it, and you'll find out amazing deals. Everybody wants to save money, and if you don't like to save money, I like to encourage you to revisit your life choices. But anyways, so when you download the app, we don't actually require you to enter your credit card information. So it's just a point and click, and that enables people to have more faith and trust in the company. And then that would enable the data to be less easy, I would say, to be vulnerable in that sense, right? Because it's not consumer data involved. And so we then really looked at, how can we leverage that to build out even more capability just around some of the more basic user data and also just public data. And that's actually more than enough for us, and that enables us to do a lot more things quicker. Actually, because I'm sure Calvin's run through many hurdles with data privacy issues and regulatory security, that really slows down a lot of development for the right reasons, right? But we wanted to move a little bit faster, so we managed to avoid it. No, I shouldn't say avoid it. We didn't have a need for it.
Obviously, I haven't downloaded your app yet. If not, I will not
should
be
totally
asking
download
this question right in the first place. Yes, sure. So, thanks, David. I wonder, what is the key challenge that Crip has faced driven in the mainstream adoption of this digital financial service? Given some people in here, or maybe outer groups, they may not have the bank account, and so as well, if there's SME, corporations, access.
Yeah, I think the adoption for what we've built, the biggest hurdle is actually just the lack of awareness. It's kind of like us telling you there's diamonds in this field, but you need to go find it, and nobody really wants to do that, right? So you want to show people how to do it easily. But I think to your point about digital adoption, I think it's really good to see, at least during COVID, that there was a very, very strong drive to get people to use the e-wallets, right? To go digital and see that transition from cash to cashless. And I think Hong Kong, for a long time before COVID, was lagging a lot of other economies with that respect. So when we see that adoption go up, our adoption also went up along with it. So that's really, really good to see. And I would encourage that a lot of the businesses to continue to think digital. I think just a couple of days ago, we saw that, with the retail market right now, some restaurants are now going away from accepting Octopus because of the fees that were charged, right? But then right away we saw Octopus offer, feeless transaction up to $10,000, which then allows them to keep that digital payment option. I think that's very important for this ecosystem to continue to grow, to make sure that we continue to push forward even when there are headwinds, because otherwise we start going backwards, and that's no good.
Interesting. So, like, as a wrap-up question for both of you guys, looking ahead, what would be your plan for in this geographic expansion, if any? And as it seeks like solidify of its position as the leading fintech player in the region.
All right, I'll take that first.
Okay, sure.
This is what investors ask. I don't expect this question here. For us, geographically, we focus on markets that have a lot of similarity with the Hong Kong market, because we, the ways we've done things are quite international here. So for our product to be to have immediate product market fit, that would focus on, for example, Southeast Asia, Singapore, Australia, different markets that have a fast-growing IPO market. But apart from capital markets, we also look at markets where there's a strong need to improve upon ESG, as well as meeting a lot of international standards. So that's where the GBA comes in, as well as other countries where ESG is also a hot topic. So one thing I learned from Malaysia is that I didn't know this. Islamic financing, a lot of it is about the social aspect, because you're not allowed to charge credit. You have to be partnering with a lot of businesses, as well as doing profit sharing. So there's a strong S angle to that. Whereas in most other jurisdictions, the E would be the focus. So our goal is to find scalability, to build great products, to help firms worldwide, not just the large ones, but also the SMEs, to meet a lot of these growing, more stringent standards, be it in ESG as well as in, for example, cybersecurity and different ISO requirements.
I think I'm mostly in agreement with Calvin in terms of geographical expansion. But I'll try to contextualize this for the conversation that we're having today, which is, if people were to join a fintech company in Hong Kong, I think one of the biggest benefits is the global exposure, right? Because I think no company in Hong Kong started off with the ambition of, I will just be a Hong Kong company, right? Most companies want to go outside, whether it's going up north to China or going to Southeast Asia to North Asia, or even to the US and Europe. Nobody wants to stay in Hong Kong. So when you're joining a fintech company, a startup or an established one, you're going to get exposure to different markets. And finance is it's somewhat mature, but it's also somewhat dynamic, right? So as Kevin said, in Malaysia, there's Islamic financing. Somewhere else, there may be something else. So when you join a company like that, you're going to be able to see a lot and learn a lot, and just not sort of stuck in with, just limit yourself to what you see and learn just in Hong Kong. So yeah, I think for us, it's the same thing. It's about expansion and just reaching as many people as we can.
That's perfect. So I'm expecting you guys, as the rising star in a fintech company, have more achievement coming onwards. So Kelvin, do you have some last wrap-up question for both of them? If not, we can ask.
Do you have any suggestions for the youths or the, for example, university students, how to gain hands-on experience to embrace this fintech or regtech industry?
When you look for opportunities, don't just judge job by the salary. There are a lot of opportunities out there. I think fintech generally pays a bit better, but there are many different technologies out there. You're looking at least 60 plus, even maybe 80 years of career. People live very long these days. So you're not going to retire at 65. So I think what's relevant today may not be relevant in 10 or 20 years. So think the very long term, where's your passion? Find that, and I think you'll be fine.
I was going to talk about that too, actually. But no, I think it's not an unreasonable focus. I mean, Hong Kong is not cheap, as we all know, so the salary is an important consideration. But I think you need to have a balance in everything you look at. And I think one of the things, I came from finance, I used to be in banking, I used to be in investments. And what you realize after a while is when you're in a big company, you don't have the ownership of responsibility as much as you think you do. where a lot of things you do on a day-to-day basis, you won't see the impact of that. And that's just the nature of being a big company. When you join a startup, and certainly a lot of our interns who join us, one thing they realize is just how much ownership they have in what they actually do. They see the results of their every hour's input. So that's a sense of experience. I think startups or just fintech companies, because they're generally a little bit more innovative, is very, very good for students to, for their early years. And I would just say that really combines with the most important message I want to give, which is just because you're done with school doesn't mean your learning stops, right? You stop growing when you stop learning. And so being in an environment like this allows you to learn so much more and so much faster. So that is something I would just say to consider along with the dollar bill, because the dollar bill is important, I get that. Just have a more balanced view on these things.
Thank you so much for the sharing from you all.
Thank you guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
For your insights. So
Thank you.
please get reseated. Yes. Can you guys please stay here first because we have a little line here. Please pass on.
Not at all.
It's your replacement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And so now we're gonna kickstart. Yes, please get your seat first. And so now we're gonna kickstart with our Dialogue 5, and we'd like to invite Professor Hong to be sharing with us your incredible story. Thank you, Professor Hong.
Thank you very much to give me an opportunity to share with you this topic. I had an accident 6 weeks ago. I fall into the ground and then take to hospital. I continue breathing, not stopping breathing about 45 minutes. Then I have to go to the hospital emergency room to have 10 stitch on my head. At that time, I'm thinking about, wow, am I dying? If I die, what I have learned things cannot pass on to somebody because the knowledge is in my brain, right? Is it there possible some way we can transfer our insight, our knowledge to a machine? This is related to the work I'm doing, which is also related to today, making learning more engaging and personal and effective. How do I move this up? Yeah, here, but doesn't seems to be. Let me see.
Can we have some technical support in here? Asking for help in here. Lovely.
Okay, what is this? Is it still working? Right, okay, right, okay. So, yeah, okay. Is that working? All right. Okay. I think we all know that today we have just recently know that everybody starting from the June today this year, everyone can buy an AI co-pilot in the PC. What is the implication of that? It means that you no longer need to go to the platform to use the AI service. And also because we be knowing that you can also, anyone can buy a non-expensive computer, build your customized standalone GTP AI in the machine. We've done that, and this is very simple. You go to this procedure, go to Olama, and then you download all these different kinds of large language model installed in your mini, and you don't need to you actually have your checkbox and your machine right away without online. I think what is this implication? I think this implication means that having your AI in your personal computer standalone or locally is possible. It means that changed a lot of things because we know that since last November 2020, after the launch of ChatGPT 3.5, the OpenAI have already upgraded 2 times. One is from 3.5 to 4, and then now to 4 to 4.0. And also we have a new policy. Hong Kong is no longer allowed to use it, something like the API. And also we know that there's many GPT models coming into the market. There are many very interesting Cordias. I think the most interesting I found that is the Mushu chat, which is the French one. You can go there, actually talk with them online. And you feel that experience is quite different. I think why GDP is so impressive to people because it makes AI impractical, not in the form, in the science lab. Because it can generate human-like response to question. Seems to be understand, I use quote unquote, understand complex language, have some kind of cognitive response. And the promise of the CEO of OpenAI saying that there will be a general artificial intelligence coming. What is cognitive response? I think everybody knows that this is the example of the cognitive response from human. And all these kind of things related to learning, right? And I know that we all have this excellent machine. This can be a very excellent learning device. I think I don't want to spend the time about what is mean by AI, which is the underlying mechanism of that. Basically, is a machine learning mechanism. And we don't actually know the exact answer, but from the learning of the data, we found that that's highly likely this is the answer. And we create rules or patterns, and then based on this pattern, we predict what is coming. I think that's in 2000, since 2000 up to last 10 years, in the machine learning area, there's a lot of development. We see several times the machine can beat down, win over the chess champion, the board game chess champion. And we also know that the facial recognition technology is so mature, it's almost everywhere in today. I think the most important is the last several years is the innovation of transformer, which is the architecture to understand the language structure. What GPT good at? First is a generative. It means that it can generate a good storytelling tools. And the pre-training, it means that it know the language structure and able to predict what is the after words, after phrase, after sentence, of the paragraph. So this is a good language tools. and transformer is just the underlying architecture. My understanding the power of the GPT in large language model is first, they are, if you have sufficient large text data, you can leave it alone to learn it by itself. It can generally understand the underlying pattern of the language or the text. The most important is that I don't think many people know that you assign him to do one job. Actually, he knows the pattern from this job, and he can pass on this learning to another job. It means the learning is very fast. And I think, and also it means that it learned a very useful representation of the text from the training data. Now, I think this is a very interesting from we understand machine learning. Actually, machine learning is to predict things, okay? And actually, it's understand the pattern, like the image recognition. You understand the pattern of the image, and then you use it because you understand, you know about the pattern. Then you can predict something match with this pattern. What we do, you recognize. But understanding and knowing the pattern is different things. I think if our learning in our education system is only understand pattern, framework, then we will never win. We're always inferior to this AI machine. Because they are good in understand pattern, they are good in understand the format, and they are working 24 hours by 7. And they are much more higher memory than us. So in the long run, in terms of our education or our learning, is only our understand pattern will do to fail. I think many work will be replaced by them. But in terms of if learning is not understand pattern, is something meaning of understanding. Now understanding is a very difficult word. I think we are now approaching technology education. We understand what is education, how students understand things. In Hong Kong, our education system like to repeat things, telling people understand the pattern of examination, the pattern of the notes. And this will, if this go on, that means that our education will be easily replaced by artificial intelligence. So I think this is one of the examples I want to give it to you is that in the past, we need to have a person, if we have a new software installed in company system, we need to have an IT expert to talk with our user. And then to understand the user specification, what they need, and then they use it to write down the language, computer language, and then build and transform the user need into the system and then deliver the outcome. Because the GPT today is to understand human language, and now that all this kind of IT expert in order to communicate to user is no longer needed. Because actually the user can communicate with the machine, then the machine will able to generate some code for them, and then let them to integrate with the system. Then in the sense that the human activity, if you only understand is to understand pattern, then this kind of job will be easily replaced. So what should we do? I think I can skip this one. I think we go to this scenario is that machine learning start only on task-oriented, we know that, and with the GTP coming, people are talking about this artificial general intelligence. Then obviously, if there are something which is called very strong artificial general intelligence, then it will pose a threat to human being because they can substitute many human activity. And usually this story is driven by science, and they're talking about this AGI can do multiple tasks and able to understand new things. But today we are not that yet, and we are only on narrow AI, even though the ChatGPT is a little bit broader narrow AI. It's driven by industry. We like to solve problem and doing the things, and usually applying practical things. I think this is the common comparison between the narrow AI and general AI. And that is, we see that many industry application is from the narrow AI application go to the general AI application. Of course, in today, even though in many personal chatbots, personal assistant, those are still a little bit still within the narrow AI scope, but the people want to expanding the AI activity to more broadened activity. I think the pose this question is that the general AI is it possible? And then there are many general issues that we haven't understand about human brain and what is kind of understanding or what is mean awareness, what is means by intent. I can give you an example. Today we know that Huawei have a new operating system coming this year, right? It means that Huawei mobile phone come to Hong Kong, they are not using the Google OS system or Apple OS system. They say in Hong Kong there will be no use because you cannot download the application to use in Hong Kong, right? Now, if you are AI or you are human intelligent, what is affecting your awareness and intent? In Hong Kong, it means that we should start building application using Huawei operating system. In particular, offer two kinds of service, the MTR and the government, right? For those people coming from mainland, usually they hold the Huawei handphone. If they hold the Huawei handphone, once they cross the border, they can, even though they can use internet, they do know how to use the MTR the MTR system. And if they want to find some information from the government, if our government application is only on either in Google headphone or Apple headphone, that means that those Huawei OS system cannot be used here. That means that those people immediately have no access to internet information. Now, if this is the question you supposed to ask the AI, this is the scenario. The Huawei is going to have a new OS system. Okay, then we will be seeing that they will not know how to. But in human intelligence, you will know how to do it, right? You will know how to do it. So this is the important things about different. I think what if we have local, suppose that what this means that general AI is something is not possible, is not beyond our thought. But then if we want to make our AI smarter, and then how can we do? I think we build the AI model is in our local machine, which is not very costly, and if we can make them smarter, we have a simple way to do it. And I think one of the things we like to talk about that AI, if it is on your local machine, should be a very useful learning tools because it can solve a lot of privacy problem, a lot of data integrity problem, and a lot of copyright issue. If this is local AI in your local machine is a good tools, then we not only have one tools, we can have many AI working with you together. When we can build a team of AI working with you, and then help out your application, and also can develop an AI manager to coordinate on this individual AI and forming the tasks together. I think just like a simple example on learning, we can have a debate on whether cap on usage on joint view card is right. If you are a teacher, you want to direct use case in this discussion, you have to go for looking at taxpayer, the elderly perspective, the government administrative perspective, the public transport operators perspective. But once you have an AI, then actually you can assign the role of each of them and let them to discuss this issue in front of the student, and let the student feel about they can from different perspective look on the question. So in the past, if you are a teacher, to build up this sort of teaching material is very costly and very lengthy, but now you can do it. Actually, you can put up some VR and talking face and make it more interesting. Besides the school, school can serve the student personally by linking their local machine with the iPhone among the network. And also that we can develop more a teaching assistant which is more dedicated on assign the role if, when, where to do the job, and specific on the school preference and specific on the routine the school has and what's the legacy of the good school has. This can be done in your local AI, but not able to do it in the platform, because once those kind of things will be easily forget. And I thought when the local machine remember what you like, what you don't like, then you will have a good user experience with it. Then you will have attachment, and you will have trust. Then you are willing to learn from them, and also willing to train them. Besides that, is also this local AI can build a perfect companion, because companion have two characters. One is affective, another is proactive. I think in your platform machine, you can not easily to use a proactive one or affective one. So I think this is also if the local AI can move from assistant to companion and also can build a digital twins, which is solve my problem, then I can transfer my knowledge and insight to the machine. And then even though I'm not there, the machine is still there. So this is how I see the personal and local machine AI can do in future than what we are now using the platform machine. And this will be all about learning, because this will be your life learning partner, because the machine is with you and owned by you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Hong. Right now we can have a 5-minute break and we'll kickstart another dialogue later. Okay, please come back in 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Which will be 3 o'clock and 58 minutes. Thank you.
市場變咗。好啊，OK 啊。
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Can I have your attention in here? Can I have your attention in here? Because we're about to kickstart our next dialogue with Professor Hong, Queenie, and Kevin, and as well Christine. Can you please come upstairs first? Hello everyone. So yes, we're honored to have you guys with us here today for our next forum. And can I start with some group questions first? And afterwards, we'll break down into individual questions, okay? So could you all please briefly introduce your company and what is the vision or any significant challenges you guys have encountered and what you have learned? So in total, 3. First, your mission, your background, and then your mission, and what the challenges you guys have encountered, and so actually 4th, and what you have learned from that. Okay, can we start from Professor Hong first?
Okay, my company, I also started a
Can you
company.
turn a little
Okay,
bit?
okay. Sorry. I also have a startup company. Actually, my mission is to create an AI easy access to everybody, become a lifelong companion of human being, not substitute human being, owned by human being too. That's my company mission. Yeah.
Short and accurate.
Yeah, because I'm really helping people building the personal AI. So if you want to build a personal AI, help you, and then train you to be your companion and be your assistant, help you to develop your career, enhance your professional service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Calvin. I'm from Relearn Education Limited. And actually my company is focused on gamification of learning. Actually we are more utilizing VR technologies to bring immersive learning to everybody, including the general public, as well as the people with disabilities. Sorry about that. Thank you so much. Or even the elderly, because I think normally when we think about learning gamification, we would first come up with younger students, maybe primary students or secondary students, but we are trying to also bring this kind of experience to some of the others, like the elderly or even wheelchair users, because from my experience, I think that VR means a lot to them, more than just a play or just a game, but a meaningful experience, especially for the elderly. I still remember that the first time when we hold a workshop for the elderly, they really, wow. To them, it's just a whole new world. So we are trying to bring more kinds of experience, more diverse experiences to different kinds of people. And this is our mission to promote inclusive learning and learning gamification. Yeah. And in terms of difficulties, of course, I think the main difficulties is about the popularity of VR headsets, especially because if we would like to target the underprivileged or the elderly, VR headsets to them is too luxury. You mean? Yeah, the price is not very affordable to them. So the way that we tackle this issue is to do a more like a B2B model. Maybe we serve more NGOs or some elderly centers or rehab centers in order to bring more experiences to those individuals. So that's all for our brief introduction. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Christine, and this is Queenie. We're co-founder of Companion. So basically, our company utilizes AI and gamifications on child development and special education needs. And we're doing an assessment, a gamified assessment, and ultimately leads to personalized learning, as well as all sorts of AI training games and school systems, data analysis, and all sort of things that you can think of that we can utilize AI in school setting as well as in families. And what we're trying to do is to promote personalized learning. So in Chinese, it's 扬长细搞. So basically, we're trying to remove labels in the society because we think that every single student has their own uniqueness. And we believe by promoting personalized learning, you'll be able to receive the best and most effective learning methods that you can ever get. So that's what we're trying to do. And together with a couple of professors in education universities in Hong Kong and also some psychologists, we're trying to bring together everyone in the field to kind of make a significant impact around each and every kid. Basically, we're trying to impact more than 10 stakeholders around all the kids. And then that's basically what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Amazing. Like when I first heard about we're gonna have a conversation with you guys, well, I'm so thrilled because you guys are like phoenix from the ashes, you know, like I'm about to see you guys are gonna rock the Hong Kong education system. And speaking of that, there's an ongoing debate about how AI technology is actually a double-bladed sword, you know. It can actually empower our capabilities as well. It can deprive our capabilities without appropriate, balance for using them. So how do you guys think about by striking a balance in using the AI technology for us and how we can maximize the advantages out of it? Thank you. You can start first, Professor Hong.
Okay, I think most important is that to make people understand that the AI is helping them and they're working together. I think if they feel threatened, and then they will be trying to avoid it, and that in the long run is also bad to them. I think one of them is how to educate common people that you can work with them and be part of them, or they be part of you, and then we have a and we're embracing a kind of AI and human society together. I think this is important. I think we are not having two-way, either AI society or human society, but we should have a society, AI plus human together.
Coexist together, right? Good, thank you.
Okay. Maybe I can share a bit of the views that I heard about in the education sector because I think especially in Hong Kong, I mean the tertiary education sector and the secondary or primary schools, there is quite a huge difference. I mean, I have heard of some fields like Professor Hong who really embrace AI technologies, but I mean for primary or secondary schools, they are more like having a concern about whether they will be replaced by AI technologies. Maybe they will lose their jobs, or even they may also afraid about the students who always copy the answer from AI instead of thinking on their own. Yeah, I think it's really depending on different sectors. I mean, but to me, I firmly believe that AI technologies is the new future, and it is inevitable. And I think as long as we can harness it, there will be more advantages than disadvantages. But the key message is that we really need to also take care about the views, the concerns of different parties, maybe teachers or maybe parents, to educate them about the good use of AI technologies in order to prevent the other issues. Yeah.
Yes, it's amazing how you guys talk about how AI can help with advancement. And I think in this journey, we're marching into a new society where AI is part of our life. So one of the things that we need to do is to embrace it and to kind of grow with it, because it's a society where AI is inevitable. So instead of being scared of it, I think a lot of people is scared of the changes, because human nature is scared of change. But whenever there's changes, there's growth, and whenever there's growth, there's success. So I think this is primarily what we're trying to do with AI, and we've been attending a lot of different sessions, as well as a lot of hearing a lot of people from AgTech talking about how AI can transform the whole industry, and I believe, like with the power of AI, probably transform the whole society. So we can't scare of it, but we kind of need to utilize it as a tool. So that's what we're trying to do here as well.
Great. Oh, you have anything to add?
I think people don't understand because the AI can help us to, in the teaching, to do something which is we never thought about doing. I think just like the example of role playing, we can think about like you know, Chinese word, 一鼓作氣. We learned that this 一鼓作氣, this wording is for a special meaning. But we will never look about if this scenario when you are in a war, how is the soldier feel? How is the general feel about it, right? And if you have this kind of AI, actually you can actually model them, ask them if you are the soldier, how do you feel? The people on this war, and how do you interpret this jargon? It means that from every lesson, we can, in particular social science, history, and arts and literature, we can always create different role, different scenario, different background to embrace our children to more broadly to think about the world, rather than one simple description. Now in the past, it can't be possible because the teacher couldn't have time to do it. But now you can just describe it, then the artificial intelligence can describe the whole story for them. And even though can input in a human face to participate in the discussion or in the AR, VR. I think it's a whole new world. And then we should gradually move away from the way we teach in the primary school or secondary school, and be more let them to feel about different perspective. And maybe if you read the literature which is actually in the scene around them in the VR, they will have different feeling. I think this will broaden every aspect of learning.
Indeed, especially when in education feel like our talent is always scarce, right? So like by AI doing the preliminary work, the real talent can really focus on what their specialty, and to maximize the profit, by using AI. Thank you guys for your answers. And so for Professor Hong, your company, your AI company, can you tell us more about the real-time adaptation of the learning content and teaching methods to cater to individual student needs? Like in a brief way, thank you.
Right. So basically, we need to talk with the teacher, and because we are under the legacy system here, we need to understand the barriers. If you don't understand the barriers, you never can able. Let's example, the school is care about privacy. The school care about the infringement, the copyright of the text they use. So if they put up the textbook on the ChatGPT, they actually violate the copyright. So how can you leverage or how can you solve this problem? Then I think our solution is simple, is using local AI. Then they didn't propagate, so they don't violate the copyright. And also because the student, to understand that what is they care about, because in mathematics, probably they want to learn is not the answer, is not the procedure. So you have to program the AI to explicitly write down all the steps, not jump to the conclusion. So I think that is also some example. I think it's still in the beginning, we need to talk with the headmaster, graduate, see that this is the way forward, but it's still a long way to go. But we actually have several projects which is on how to teach the parents to deal with the special need children. So it seems to be there are two ways. One is to help the student, another is help the stakeholder to understand more things.
Thank you, Professor. And for Kelvin, we learned your company utilized XR, VR, and AI for rehabilitation, inclusive education, right? So can you share more example with us how you have integrated XR, VR experience into the online courses content, and what kinds of feedbacks have you received from the end users, which is the students, on the effectiveness of this immersive teaching models in keeping them having motivated to keep learning?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I would like to share more about my experience of inclusive education for local students. Actually, one of our programs is called Reaction, which aims to promote inclusiveness through VR experience. And what we do is that we basically develop some VR experiences for the people with for the wheelchair users or people with disabilities. Like one of our projects is about VR wheelchair dancing. Yeah, so as to let people with disabilities to do more sports even at home. I mean, they don't even need to go out. But what we are thinking about is that we could actually expand our target audience for this application. They do not need to be exactly just wheelchair users or people with disabilities. Maybe they can also be the general public or even the younger students, primary students or secondary students, because I think VR is a good tool to nurture their empathy, because they can really put themselves into the shoes of the others. When they are in the VR world, when they are sitting in a wheelchair in this virtual world, they could exactly experience what these users, that people is experiencing in their daily life. And then as the next step, after we conduct this type of VR workshops to let them experience the feeling of the wheelchair users, the next step is that we connect them to the elderly centers or even the rehab centers, so that the students who actually mastered the skills of VR could actually be our ambassadors or be our helpers to educate the elderly or the wheelchair users to learn about the VR and to play around with the VR experiences together. So we're trying to make it like a game so that they could actually enjoy together. The students would not think that they are actually doing a service, but they are actually enjoying together with people from different backgrounds. So our ultimate goal is to promote the inclusiveness and make it comfortable for them to experience the same feeling as well.
Wonderful, thank you. And for Queenie and Christine, for Companion, you guys focus on SAN and through AI-powered solution, and a part of the service to provide AI assessment through games, which is brilliant. But I wonder, like, what have been some of the most impactful benefit that AI-based assessment have been able to provide when compared to traditional assessment methods?
Yeah, sure. So currently in the market, there has been a lot of traditional assessment provided, but it's in huge shortage, I would say. So in terms of public services, you get to queue for like 2 to 3 years for one assessment, and for private services, it's like 8,000 per hours. So it's a little like it's a little not accessible, and then so it's very expensive to most of the families. So in that sense, it's in huge shortage. And besides from that, not just assessment itself, it's just also the follow-ups, because there is a shortage of even therapists, treatments, games, and all kinds of things. And I think a lot of the parents and teachers, they're not really well educated in this area. So in that sense, we're trying to kind of provide a more accessible, affordable, and you can do it anywhere and anytime, and also very professional kind of assessment, because whatever traditional assessment does, you're like placing a psychologist in your room, in the classroom, helping the teacher, helping the parents. So that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. And for Queenie, like, can you elaborate more on the assessment methods that you guys have been using on child development and sense suspicions, such as what kind of international credit standards that have been taking place in your company?
Sure. So our basically in Companion, we are doing assessing three aspects. So it's child development milestones, potentials, and also SEN possibilities. So we're using evidence-based theory and also international standards like DSM-5. So based on DSM-5 is basically our international psychology standard, and there are different criteria or characteristics of that conditions that listed in this menu. For example, like autism, they will mention like the characteristics of autistic child may be like they're not good at social and they may have like rigid routines, etc. So we're basically following all of these criteria to design our assessments and also our like training games to help them.
See, thank you. And
I think this is also there's I want something to add is that because of this kind of sensitive area, we also have experience is that you need to go through to the professional reinforcement feedback because that without their in some sense blessing, it's difficult to implement in what we call the legacy system. I think as a startup, you need to think about this way, how to embrace them, how to let them to fit in or getting feedback to the system. And that will help us to develop a better system and also they have buy-in. Because without their buy-in, it's difficult to implement in school because they're the gatekeeper.
I would love to elaborate on this point as well. So very luckily, we're co-developing this system with our clinical psychologist, and we also have more than 20 therapists and psychologists on the platform, like providing all sorts of professional advice, and we're also co-developing with UHK. So we're trying to provide as much endorsement as we can so that it's trusted by our schools as well as families. Thank you.
good. So next question will be with Kevin. Like in Hong Kong, one of the educational problem is our child doesn't have an equal opportunity for learning, especially for those minorities. Like back then you have talked about disability children, right? And so how does this how does you guys and like tackle this related problems?
Yes, indeed. I mean, being underprivileged in Hong Kong is really lacking a lot of opportunities. So actually what we are doing now is trying to collaborate with more NGO or even charities to provide them with more different kinds of learning experiences with our technologies. Because as I have mentioned earlier, actually for most of the individuals from the underprivileged families, they don't really have the money to buy a VR headset. So they are actually they're actually excluded from the new technologies in terms of display. But what we are going to do is to try to spread out the experiences for different kinds of collaborations. Maybe we also collaborate with some NGO in Hong Kong, like different districts, so as to hold different kinds of workshops, maybe experiential workshops of VR and different experiences, so that they can actually have a taste about what is VR at least. And we're also thinking about implementing AI technologies, just like my fellow speakers here, because actually I'm quite impressed about what Professor Hong just mentioned about. I mean, the role played with AI technologies. I'm thinking about we're actually trying to implement a solution that allows students to practice their English oral skills with AI. I mean, if you guys have already watched the demo from ChatGPT last month, actually they just launched GPT 4.0, and the tone, the intonation, and the vibe of the AI voice is crazy. It's just like a natural human. It could let you feel its emotion, and it can actually respond to you instantly without letting you to finish your own sentence. Yeah, it's just like interacting with a human. So I think in maybe 10 or even 5 years, actually, even students from underprivileged families who have their own way to practice their English or other oral skills in different languages with just a phone. Yeah, I think it's the near future. So this is also one of my ideal world in the future. Yeah, maybe money is not the crucial factor about your learning ability or efficiency anymore.
I'm actually about to ask you about, how do you see your learning in the coming 5 years? So I think you just briefly answered my question. And so last question for you guys is there any successful case that you guys have encountered, and can you please share a little bit with me?
For sure. Thank you for your question. So very likely we've been collaborating with a lot of schools, NGOs, education centers, whereby we're being provided with 4,000 based or families to test out our solutions, and which is a really significant moves in our sense that we need to collect data to do AI, right? So in that sense, we have been receiving a lot of course, both positive and negative feedbacks. And in terms of negative, I would say there's always improvement, roots of improvement in terms of whatever you do. And in terms of positive feedback, we have been receiving a lot of families stating that it's actually captivate their kids' attention, because there has been loads of trainings in the market, a lot of questionnaires evaluating their potentials, their special needs, and never have there been one that's more interactive and immersive experience. And very likely we were also going to like Shanghai and some of the other like Greater Bay areas to explore opportunities. And specifically in Greater Bay Area, I'm seeing a lot of potential as well, because obviously education has always been the backbone of the whole country, and then we believe there has been a lot of huge potentials, and part of which is that we were participating in the World AI Conference, and a lot of executives from the Education Bureau, they were actually looking for AI solutions to help their kids as well. So I think in that sense, we keep expanding our base, and obviously we're really excited to see improvement in all the kids that's using our system.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. And so we will be reseated first, and our next forum with ESG topic will kickstart very soon. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And we will take a group photo together, of course.
你數一數，我隻不如。新隻片個 link，因為條件太大分享唔到。我同嗰度講咗話自己叫啲參加者自己撳 link 嘅。
ESG forum will kick set by now. Let's take a look at their video first.
Some projections are that in decades, 80% of Hong Kong GDP is going to be underwater. We're going to act fast and decisively. This is what we found is a research institute.
We really focus on enterprise sustainability. We aim to impact every business and every industry.
I think if we can do that, having Hong Kong as the flag carrier of this type of change, we've done our job. Some projection.
Thank you very much for. Hi, thank you very much for having me. I guess you have seen such videos in the past a lot before. It's basically talking about like how the climate has been impacting our life, impacting our traveling, impacting our how we eat, how we live. And similar story happened again and again. And today I'm very happy to stand here to speak for climate tech. It's very interesting that we as a university, we did not talk about ed tech, but we talked about climate tech. So a little bit background about me. I'm Wendy. I'm Senior Manager of HKU Jockey Club Enterprise Sustainability Global Research Institute. So as our name suggested, we do ESG. So we do a lot of research regarding ESG. We also want to foster the building of the ecosystem of sustainability. So I really want to start our conversation with a story of mine. Let me just step out a bit. So we have seen like climate change and we heard climate change a lot. I want to tell a very little story of mine. Actually, it's about my dad. So one day, my dad came back from a very long flight at the dinner time. And he came back and asked me, is there any food in our home? I'm starving. And I'm very curious why, because it should have some meals on flight, right? So guess what? When he got boarded, a flight attendant came to him and saying, thank you very much, sir. You have been elected to become a green ambassador on our flight. So that means when everybody gets your meal, you didn't. So my dad actually starved for the whole flight. He didn't eat anything. And he is so ashamed to raise a hand to say, I need a meal. This is something happened to our life. And this is actually when my dad, a 60-year-old man, started to be involved in climate change and to be forced to contribute to climate change. So I guess this gives us a little bit of inspiration about how ESG has an impact in how we live, how we travel, and even how we eat. Later on, we'll get touch on that, and where we live. So here I'm just offering some inspiration about how students and our community could do something that related to the advancement of ESG. As I said, today is not about, yes, I acknowledge that, yes, we need to do it and what we need to do. And today our research institute really help us to answer how we do it better. So I want to give you two examples. One, the first example is a low-cost, high-return experiment that we've done with Alibaba. So Alibaba has a food delivery platform called Ele.me. So I guess it's the same with Deliveroo, Foodpanda in Hong Kong. So here's the thing, we did a very small experiment. It's actually not very small. Our sample size is around 200K users. So we did a low-cost experiment here and there. Basically, we changed the default option of having the plastic cutlery from yes to no. So normally when you place the order for the plastic cutlery, you really have the yes, and then you quickly go to like place the order because you're starving. But now we're changing it to no and giving you the green points. And every 15 green points will be equivalent to a tree. So here is what we get. So if you look at on the left-hand side, previously there are 5% of non-plastic cutlery orders. And after our experiment, the ratio comes to 25%. So that means 1/4 of the orders are plastic-free. Now you started to wonder whether it harmed Ele.me's business, right? Because when people receive their food, when they want to eat now, oops, I don't have the plastic cutlery. It's our habit already. But statistically, it shows that during the 3 months that we had experiments, there is almost zero negative impact to your business. So that means, on the one hand, you could protect the environment through a very small change in your business. At the same time, it didn't hurt your business. And the impact is huge. So the impact is equivalent to 5 million trees. So if we scale this experiment up, it will have a huge impact on the trees planted every year. Hong Kong has only 7.5 million population. And we're talking about 5 million trees. So the impact is really huge here. And this is actually gets us to the Science journal, which is the top journal around the world. So the second example that I want to bring up is an example by collaboration with the Department of Water Supply. So I just want everyone to take a guess. For every bottle of water that you consume, do you know how much energy consumption that is embedded behind? Okay. So I guess for most of our audiences here, so we all know that the water supply in Hong Kong comes from different sources. So one of the most important sources is pumping from Dongjiang River. So this pumping procedure actually consumes a lot of energy. Without you are aware of that, every time you open the tap, you are consuming energy. You thought it's free, but you are consuming energy. So like 70%, over 70% of water supply are actually coming from the pumping system. So this means a very large energy consumption was embedded behind your water consumption. And they are looking for a solution to minimize it. So how do we do it? So first, this is the actual impact of that energy consumption. So we have, So we have a bunch of business analytics students who tried to do a modeling against every pumping schedule and then optimize it and then forecast what would be the water consumption in future. And try to make sure that you are sitting here, you have the enough water supply, but then we are optimizing the energy consumption behind. So this is just a very small project. We did half a year. But after that, when we embed all the algos there, that energy saving ratio came down for 3.4%. That 3.4% actually represents 1.5 million kilo of the carbon emission. And this carbon emission translated to the electricity cost it's around 7%. This is what a group of students did by collaborating with the water supply department. And it means that maybe everyone sitting here could have a positive impact by just contributing a little bit about a little bit of our knowledge, a little bit of our efforts. So as a research institute, I know that people have a stereotype on research institute where you got a bunch of scholars who are thinking about like expanding the boundaries of our knowledge. But here, we're talking about driving the true impact. As you can see for the last two examples, the impacts are true. For Alibaba, they are already implementing it. So they are scaling it to the country. For water supply departments, you will all become the beneficiaries of this project. So here are just some examples that could potentially arouse our curiosity to think about how I can do, what I can do to foster this kind of climate-friendly thinking. So just a little bit about our research institute. We have a bunch of top-class international scholars here. We do not only talk about the technologies, the solutions. We also want to prove that you have the technologies and solutions, but at the same time, you can achieve the economic benefits. So we are a faculty of, most of them are business background, but they came in from an international perspective. So we want to become the leading research institution for ESG, not only in Hong Kong, not only across Greater China, but also become a world-class hub for sustainability. So lastly, some advertise time. So we have some social media. We are very young. We just founded 1 month ago. We wish you could help us to follow us. We'll have some publications. We'll have some stock sharings and some future events. So feel free to join us and let's foster this communication to a broader context. Thank you. So next, I will be very honored to invite Carolus to share about, I think he can bring us a very international perspective. He's also a Hong Kong U alumni who will share about his modular construction startup and how he will look at the US, climate tech ecosystem. So, Carolus?
Hello, everyone. It's very nice to be here and present what I did for the past 2 years in New York. And actually, the most exciting thing is that after those 2 years, I decided to come back to Hong Kong. So living with my family and enjoy heat and all the humidity in Hong Kong and East Asia. So my heart is in Hong Kong and my brain, part of brain is in New York. So I'm trying to build a bridge between my home continent, Europe, with US and with Asia. And I hope this kind of fosters the communication and mutual benefits for global perspectives and global stakeholders. So let's start to share more about myself. So I did my MBA at HKU and also spent 1 year here in Hong Kong. And then I went to Columbia Business School in New York City. And then during one networking event, I met a few people and they said like, oh, we are doing real estate business in New Jersey. And I said like, oh, it's very interesting. I would love to do that, but I do have a job offer in Hong Kong. I'm coming back in Hong Kong after a few months. So would you consider to hire me as a CEO of that business? Because they started initially to open an LLC and start operating on modular construction business. And then after 1 week, they came back and said like, okay, we will hire you as a CEO and you will be a co-founder of the company. Let's build something. And I said, okay, let's do that, but then one additional condition. Let's do sustainable business. Let's do not focus on general construction, where you see in the events and conferences around real estate and construction, 99% of white males, but let's do something different. Incorporate diversity and incorporate sustainability into the organization and the product itself that we are planning to do. So that's why I started to work on built environment in sustainability. So you can see here the picture of Hong Kong, and I believe that in the upcoming future, as Wendy mentioned, we will see much more sustainable buildings and properties for residentials and commercials. And in terms of the presentation, I want to dedicate my presentation and time on three main things. First one, investments. For everyone, participants in the hackathon or today here, you will see that there are so much funds in private and debt financing that you can enjoy and receive from different stakeholders and start your own business. So I highly encourage and motivate to do that because, as you can see in this picture, the majority of private capital comes to clean tech, climate technology, and you can see as an old technology, fintech and quantum computing receives less capital and funds from private equity or venture capital. So I can figure out easily from this slide or from my background and other participants today that a lot of money comes to waste management, to built environment, to climate technology in agriculture and food. How to make all our products faster but also sustainable because we can see that the weather is changing and all those other things that what is happening in climate tech. So working with fundraising, you can see that there are a lot of options in debt financing where you can go to the banks and ask sustainable finances, as well as on the venture capital and private equity, where there are a lot of venture capital firms, they want to invest and focus on sustainability. So if you show on your own startup that there is so much potential on delivering sustainable products, you can receive easily those funds. The other thing in terms of the investments, I want to focus on specific areas on clean tech. As I showed on the previous slide, a lot of potential in terms of financing in clean tech. So there are many industries in terms of agriculture and food, built environment, also renewable energy, how to make storage better and also more capable to store solar energy, wind energy. So what I did 2 years ago when I did my MBA and I had previous working experience in corporate and in government, I started to figure out what would be the options or industries and sectors or categories, in other words, where I can use my knowledge and skills working in sustainable field. And then after those categories and analysis, I picked one specific, build technologies. So I focus on that side. And then after all, I tried to figure out what would be the subcategories in built environment or buildings in general, where I can dedicate my skills and brain and heart at the end of the day. Because you need to feel from your heart that the business is successful and you want to continue to do that. And I tried to figure out what would be the most important thing for myself as well as stakeholders, and came up with the idea of off-site modular construction solutions to minimize waste. So it was the solution and service to stakeholders in the United States that as a company, we can build, manufacture, and assemble modular construction single-family homes in the United States and delivering it in sustainable way. As an organization, because we believe in diversity, we believe in equal pay, also in governance and environmental change, that we are using solar panels, for example, for our internal electricity usage, and so on and so forth. And on the other side, we focus on a sustainable product. How to make house as much as possible sustainable as we can get. And also ensure that people are willing to pay the green premium of those things. So this is the long story short that I tried to figure out what would be the sectors that I'm very interested in. I do have transferable skills in order to build something sustainable. Then I categorize those things, what would be the option where I can receive finances, etc. And then subcategories, what would be the specific project, service, or product that I can build and deliver to potential owners. And then showing showing the main category of the finances and story how I came up with the specific idea, and I encourage you to focus on that as well. I want to share the real example from the United States. So my company was the next to homes. We kind of tried to build a name as well and the branding on that side that this is the next generation home in the United States. So we focus on Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York as a target markets, and we use data analytics in order to figure out where people want to live in those 3 states. So we had 162 counties in those 3 states, and we figured out that people, they want to have highly ranked schools for their kids, because at the end of the day, single family home with 200 square meters area, it is dedicated to families with 1 or 2 kids. So people, they want to have schools with good reputation, and also should be an opportunity to have a high-paid job. So we focused on unemployment and other macroeconomic data in specific counties to figure out, do people want to live there because they have enough opportunities to work and receive high salaries? And at the end of the day, it's important to receive a mortgage. So it's the higher salary, the bigger opportunity and possibility to receive a mortgage. And we came with the idea with 2 houses, single-family homes for families with 1 or 2 kids, and it's either 1-story house or 2-story house. So 1-story house, this is the example, and we created this approach as an IKEA and Lego combination. So you have IKEA, where you can easily build your own furniture. We didn't provide that to our customers, that customers can do that. It was like 50 or 70 years ago that a company from US, they kind of provided this. You can order your home from the magazine, and all the stuff comes to your house, and you can build it by your own. But we didn't come with this idea, and we decided let's do the Lego concept, that people can easily to create their own home unique house with specific repeatable components. So for example, let's take the left side, where you can see the master suite. There's a master bedroom, walk-in closet, and master bathroom. This is the 1 module out of 10 modules in the house that it's repeatable, and it's also the same as in the other house, in 2-story house. So we kind of did the same with the kids' bedroom. On the right corner, you can see the kids' bedroom. So there's 1 kids' bedroom, laundry room, and the other kids' bedroom. And you can see that this is the same as well in 2-story house. I cannot show it here in this picture, the other module, but what we did that we have 60% of elements in the house in general are the same in either 1-story house or 2-story house. And we came with the idea 7 attributes of the house. So we took the care of the customers. We tried to figure out what would be that people they want to have in their dream house, because in US, number 1 dream is like, let's have a house. And we figured out that the sustainability is one of the top 7 things. So what does it mean? So we created a gas-free house. So it's only electric-based house, so you don't have gas in the kitchen, for example. In the bed process, in the bed areas and for the bed processes, we created Fibo. So we use Fibo material, and it is made from Finland provider, and it uses materials that are much more sustainable, approximately 90% more sustainable than tiles. So we didn't use tiles in bathrooms and kitchen. So these areas covered from Fibo, and let's say clay plaster is also much more sustainable rather than the paint on the walls. So also it's one of the things that I'm from a very small town in Lithuania, and this Fibo clay plaster comes actually from my hometown. And it's also kind of the sentiment and also social part that I had an opportunity and possibilities to explore the world. Let's do the same with my hometown business. Let's help them to explore and elaborate more on the global environment. And we did with other things as well. So for example, one of the things that we received Energy Star certification. People, they don't know much of the certification and all those green labelings in US, for example. But what we did, we kind of tried to have an approval from the organization that provides Energy Star certification in order to go to investors and say, like, we do have this. We can show easily to government to receive specific permits, or we can have grants and all those other things that are important. The same with repeatable components. So the other thing that I want to cover is 3D model and digital twin. The previous panel discussion covered a little bit on that side. So what we did, we created, first of all, everything on the 2D, all the drawings from the architectural, structural, electrical, plumbing, sewage perspectives. But what we did additionally, we did everything in 3D. So we used BIM modeling in order to figure out how we can see it very easily in order to eliminate clashes, because sometimes when you draw a wall on 2D, you draw electrical wire and you cannot see everything what is happening. And in order to avoid clashes, we provided and draw a 3D model. So here on the left-hand side, you can see electrical model, also HVAC model and plumbing model. So we now knew what is happening in terms of those map engineering side. And then it helped us to figure out where are the clashes, reduce waste in general, because approximately 10 tons of materials are going to landfills because a lot of items and materials are not used anymore in the process of construction. So we kind of eliminated everything because we created data points where we know exactly which wire comes to which specific room in which specific house. So we knew exactly the numbers of all elements that we have in our house. And it helped us to eliminate waste, reduce clashes or eliminate clashes, and also to make and manufacture houses much faster and cheaper. Approximately, in order to build a general construction house in the east coast of US, it takes 1 to 2 years. For us, it took only 8 weeks to build from the scratch to the finish to provide the keys, because we had manufacturing plant in Pennsylvania. It was easier to do everything to prepare in advance and then use it online. And also, it looked like this. I'm only sharing renderings. So this is the picture from the outside and inside. So as you can see, it does not look as a modular construction house. Because when you mention modular construction, it's like the container or the box. So what we managed to do with the architects from Europe and also partners on engineering in US, that we can provide your unique house in terms of the materials and the design. But at the end of the day, internally, we used different elements of E, S, and G in order to provide more sustainable product to the market, and also to be sustainable as an organization, to be as a leader to other teams and other organizations in the US. And showing this, this is the picture, this is the blue dot picture. So we are very small at the end of the day around the space. But we take care so much of each other living next to each other. So I want to show a few examples from Europe as well. So these 3 pictures represent 3 different cities. The first one is Pompeii in Italy, the middle one is Kiev in Ukraine, and the third one is Cambridge in United Kingdom. And what these 3 cities have in common actually. So they created, and the governments created their own digital twins, 3D models of the cities. So what does it mean? It means that they want to capture what is currently in, and they want to predict what is happening and will happen in the future, as Wendy mentioned as well. So Pompeii, they want to figure out how people lived 2,000 years ago and how they eat, how they communicate to each other in order to figure out those communication relationships between each another one. So Italy created a 3D model of Pompeii, and now they can understand if something happens in terms of the weather and all those things like hurricanes and volcanoes, they can now share with other countries in order to avoid those changes in terms of the civilization. The second picture of Kiev, they want to preserve what is happening right now. So they have a lot of churches, they have cultural heritage in terms of the city, and they want to understand and see that if something happens after what is happening right now, they want to rebuild everything from the scratch. The same thing as it happened a few years ago in Paris on the cathedral. They had the 3D model, and now it's easier to rebuild everything. And the third picture is Cambridge, and what they want to be, they want to become Silicon Valley of Europe. So that's why they are using 3D model of the city in order to figure out where are the traffic jams, how people communicate, how people commute, and also where is the majority of CO2 emissions coming from. So they created a 3D model in order to model every activity, economic, social activity, and to provide to the government and to real estate developers where to build the bridge, where to build the house, where to build the commercial estate. So these three examples shows that using 3D model, which is not harmful to the environment, helps to prevent major disasters as well to prevent what is happening right now in terms of the civilization. And the last thing, this is the example from Barcelona in Spain. So they used the 3D model in order to figure out where are the traffic jams and also how people communicate and commute. And then they figure out that in order to save time for people, because time is also CO2 emissions in different ways, they use 3D models as well as data from the streets in order to provide suggestions and implement changes into the city government and city council to ban specific roads for cars and public transportation and provide that only to bicycle drivers or to pedestrians. So this is also an example that some kind of 3D models are already happening on the macro level, on the city level, and we as a company, we use it in the private sector. I know there are so many companies using 3D models as well to provide better value to their customers, as well as their investments are coming from different areas, either US, Hong Kong, or Europe, or as well Africa and South America, and Australia, and Antarctica. I need to mention all those continents, and receive those investments to build your own startup. And maybe one day someone else on the stage will share an example from that one. So thank you so much, and yeah, that's it from myself.
Thank you very much, Carlos. This is fantastic. I guess what he's telling us is, first, money is coming in to climate tech. Second, you can embed a sustainability mindset in every process when you are designing your business model. Third, there are so many benchmarks, international examples that we can look at. This will be an implication for Hong Kong climate tech. So with that, can I invite you to sit here, and also all of our panelists, Mr. John Watley, Mr. Calvin, and Ms. Karen Wan to the stage. Then we'll probably have some discussions over the contents that you've shared, and also we can exchange our ideas regarding climate tech. Thank you, everyone. I guess the very first question from me is that based on the inspiration of Carol's, Carol's presentation, the first question would be a little bit challenging. I want to start with some challenges here. How would you balance the goal of sustainability and your business profitability at the same time? Maybe I would like Carolus to lead this example. And then next we will start with maybe some introduction of each of the panelists and exchange our perspectives regarding this.
It's very hard question to answer for different stakeholders. So I took an approach to address this question and answers according to different stakeholders as well. So for investors, I try to figure out what they take care about that. And I use triple bottom line, that the business is not anymore only for profit, but it's also for purpose, planet, and people, like 3P. So my idea was to show in pitch deck that we take care about people in terms of the social aspect. We take care of the planet, making products sustainable, as well as being as our organization sustainable. And on the purpose side, that our purpose of the company was not anymore the vision or the mission of the company. It was the purpose, vision, mission, values, and then KPIs in different areas. And it helped us to attract investors on that side. the same with the customers, using data, trying to figure out what is the green premium, what people are willing to pay additionally, help us to figure out that, okay, we can use gas-free house and introduce EVs, charging stations or solar panels, but the other things that could be potentially implemented into the house would be too expensive for our market in those three states. So this is the project using data that's available from the bureaus of the government or from the private providers, and also trying to do your own research with the help from experts can try help you to understand what would be the pricing point, what is the pricing, and as well as you need to trust yourself as well. If you want to make an impact, focus on sustainability. If you want to be a businesswoman or businessman, focus on money.
That's very interesting. Maybe John, you also are working with the relevant industry.
So I guess for us, it kind of comes down to when we do the performance, and we're kind of more traditional, just real estate play. We actually really just recently moved into doing sustainability. So for us, like as long as it's penciled out, if we can figure out how to make it to be like a profitable property for us, if it performed at the end of the day, then yeah, we stuck with it, and maybe sustainability became a part of that. I guess looking forward, we're still trying to figure out that system, like how to balance it out actually. So it's a little game there.
Yeah, it's a question for every entrepreneur, right? Especially for the young generation. I guess we care about how we purchase, even a piece of clothes. We have that kind of mindset, so we want to embed it in the business design as well. How about Calvin?
So hi, allow me to briefly introduce
Yes.
myself and my startup before I get into the question. Sure. So this is Calvin, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Recube. So Recube is a reusable tableware rental service, and we provide reusable tableware for your takeaway meal in our partner restaurants. So as a social enterprise, I believe sustainability, both in finance and environmental term, is very key for a social enterprise, because if we cannot achieve profit, we cannot sustain our business so that we can continue to make impact in the industry. So for us, we make sure that we make profit in the sense that we bring financial values for our customers and our partners. For us, we help our partner restaurants to save costs because they don't need to buy disposable tableware. Where no matter it's plastic or paper or wood, we help them to save 3 parts of cost. On top of that, we try different ways to help their business. For example, in our app, there are different ways for our partner restaurant to do promotion and attract their customer that support the idea of reuse. In different terms, we bring values to our customers and restaurants, and then we convert these kind of values into our revenue, so that we can continue to grow our business and drive more impact. So I think this is really key for running a sustainable social enterprise, that we need to achieve both profitability and also environmental sustainability.
Yeah, that's very true. Before, we always think that ESG, CSR is a cost center. But nowadays, we're thinking about how to actually profit from it first, and then also we can grow it, develop it more sustainably. So Karen, I guess you are coming from another perspective. Your startup actually is AI-driven ESG. It's a very new concept in this space. You're more focusing on knowledge generation here. So please share with us your perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. So hi everyone, my startup Climb. My name is Karen. So we're slightly different. We're just a knowledge provider here. So it's a tool to facilitate people to access to the most credible information about sustainability related through kind of like a ChatGPT tool. So around different platforms, different models, like our customer users are corporate knowledge workers. I think this is a really good question. And I want to start from I think at profit, the definition of profit also evolves. We have from CSR to ESG, and profit, I don't think it's just a term on the balance sheet, like the numbers you have. I give one example is I did research at Imperial College London about, there's one topic about how we put carbon credits on the balance sheet with accounting language. So now carbon related credits can be part of the asset, but we don't have that system yet. But I just want to give this example, profit as there's the imagination as we have more conversation about ESG now. And the second is, so I'm also on board of a nonprofit is called Imagination Museum. So one of the most critical discussion we have is the board will challenge the management team, not just on your performance of the balance sheet, but also more broader. You fulfill the SDG goals, ESG, those are really detailed, concrete discussions on your business. And then I think the company, also we're discussing, I think, whether a company can go far, go long, and then go thrive. It's a different measurement. So I think for board member, for investor or LPs, their multiple evaluation framework when we look into assets. So I think that's when the profit and the ESG is not the option that you can only choose one. I think now the trend is how we can actually incorporate it. We have to incorporate that into the discussion. And then of course there are compliance for a listed company, but I think it's more important for general private sector. Majority of them are listed in the secondary market. So how you can create incentive to encourage more input investment. And I want to wrap up with one idea I had this morning earlier with the fund is the gift we have here. How can you for example, I want to give a gift to my friend. One thing I can just buy on the street, really expensive. Compared with something else, I have a capital design idea, but it's eco-friendly. It doesn't have to be expensive. Maybe I will choose the second one. So those are really good examples. I think now we have more innovations when we talk about how to do a sustainable business or even a profitable business. I think at the end of the day, you don't want the entrepreneurs to have a hard time running the business. You have to be on the table before you can actually deliver more value. So I think it's another good option. Yeah.
I guess Karen raised a very good point that we need to redefine how we think about revenue, how we think about cost, and how we think about profits. It's no longer the financial data that we put on the financial statements. It's actually, no matter from the reporting perspective, but from how you calculate the invisible, environmental costs, the invisible costs that your business is currently incurring. We need to change the mindset. There is a change of mindset from financial to non-financial, from financial to impact-driven kind of mindset. So I think Karen raised a very good point. So my next question would be more relatable to our event today. I noticed that our name is Community Shaper here. At first, I also asked question to Nielsen, what would be Community Shaper here? So I would like to ask, in the context of your climate tech startup, how would you interpret Community Shaper? And how would your startup actually contribute or shape the communities that you are playing? How about we start with Kelvin?
So for Recoup, so we are shaping the landscape of the takeaway industry or F&B industry. So in Hong Kong, I believe it's a very fast-paced city. So including me, we often do takeaway. And in most of the time, we don't bother to bring our own box because we don't know whether we need to buy takeaway or not, or simply it's too clumsy to bring a box to school, to work, and wash it afterward. So we see there is a challenge for people to be sustainable for takeaway. So what we want to change it. So by changing the behavior of people and also changing how restaurant or the F&B industry do takeaway. So, but in another sense that we need to be careful is that we still need to make people accept the new ideas.
Yeah.
Because for Hong Kong people, they want convenience, they want a very fast takeaway experience. So that's why we propose a reusable tableware rental service, that they don't need to bring their own containers, but then they just need a simple QR code scan, just like Alipay, WeChat Pay, or any digital wallet in restaurant. And then they can get a reusable tableware for their takeaway. After that, they can return to any of our partner restaurants without wash. So this is very convenient, and also it fits the personality of a lot of Hong Kongers. So we want to revolutionize the Hong Kong F&B industry and also how people do takeaway. So this is our end goal, and we hope to have a wide, very extensive restaurant network to achieve that.
Interesting. How do you charge for every rental?
So currently it's free. So if you borrow our containers in partner restaurant and you return in 7 days, it's completely free. But if you need more time, you can just extend in the app with $5 Hong Kong dollars.
Is it available nearby?
Yeah, it's available in Science Park and also more than 30 partner restaurants across Hong Kong. So we are still expanding our network. So if you have any restaurant partners or friends, feel free to connect with me.
Remember to register and use.
Yes.
Who wants to go next?
Sure, I'll take it. So actually, we started my company Streamhouse. We started in the co-living sector, so that's very much community focused because you're sharing pretty much everything. Maybe outside of the bathroom, but well, actually here in Hong Kong, we do share bathrooms, so there's also that. The model kind of is different for the U.S. versus here. But in terms of community, like where we're going now, we're focused on repositioning abandoned homes, mainly the Japanese market for starters. The idea here is that, there's a huge influx of people just moving from these rural areas to the main cities and leaving these properties just empty. And a lot of elderly there are like they're aging in place or they're aging kind of alone sometimes. So there's need of community in that sense. We're also helping internationals reposition themselves who are interested in the Japanese market to buy in that market and move directly there. But the thing about a home is it's quite permanent. Well, it can be like let's say 10 years, 10 to 30. So it's has a great opportunity to shape community in this way where you can make it kind of the same way a gathering spot or a offline Facebook, something that in Europe they do quite often is have like city squares where everyone meets around the church or around the cafe or something. Where I'm from the US, we don't really have this. I think that's something that as we're, I guess, endeavoring in Japan to introduce these new people from all over the world to the Japanese market, where it's very hard to become part of a community. We're allowing them to meet not just with one another, but with also their neighbors as well, and the business owners that are locally there as well. So helping the community not necessarily gentrify, but kind of grow together in a way.
Do you have a site in Hong Kong or in Japan? Where is it?
So in Japan, we're working in Tokyo just now, but my knowledge of Japanese map is not always great, so I'll just say Tokyo at large. But and we do co-living here currently, but mostly in TST. We've done Plantation Road, and I always get some. I can't say it very well. I call it HKU, but I've been told I shouldn't say it.
Signpost.
Thank you, Sign. So we've done shared apartments there, mostly Tong Fong. I think I've learned to say this. But we also do other markets, US and Brazil as well. We were doing the UK, but Brexit kind of made that very difficult with COVID. But anyway, this new model, I think we're excited for community that way.
Oh, I think we're very excited when we travel to Japan, to Tokyo. Make sure that you contact John for a short rental.
I can share about the community from like two different angles in terms of the problem, and I think it helps also bring people and any startup to do that. So we took an approach that there is a problem in the market that people who work in the construction industry, they are getting older and older. There are not so many people who will replace them. So we took this approach that modular construction could help to build a community, that people they don't work anymore in the harsh environment against rain and all the stuff, but also they now can work in the manufacturing plant. They can have safe environment, they can have proper bathroom, kitchen where you can make food, etc. So we took this approach that we can build in this way the community, the people who want to work with us and deliver sustainable houses. And on the other side, I took an approach that I want to help my home country and build an ethical supply chain in terms of using sources in Asia, Europe, and America. So this is part of also ESG, like using ethical supply chain and circular economy helped us to provide more sustainable product and become more sustainable as an organization, as well as top tier one, top tier two partners become more sustainable. So we kind of took the approach of holistic way. Let's not only be us sustainable, but also help our providers, suppliers from Europe, Asia, or US be more sustainable in terms of providing all the data in terms of the climate change related disclosures and all this stuff. So these kind of two active, proactive action help us to build a community.
Yes, I guess for Carlos, he also tried to embed is that the wood, the wood of the modular construction, model is from his actually hometown, Lithuania.
Yeah, so we use like the furniture from there, and then we kind of help the other, not the competitor, but the partner companies to come to Pennsylvania because they work with IKEA, and IKEA they have like a huge facility in Pennsylvania. So then we use like the honorary consuls from the government to like network and do like cocktails and all the stuff to help them to expand to US. It's also like the part of the hometown again.
Interesting.
I want to make a segment on the community for us. So we're a AI software company. Our customer user is one category, and then broadly, we also have one of the biggest right now, like climate related news in mainland China, WeChat, also on the LinkedIn. So those are like people who want to influence. That might not be our user at the end of the day, but they read our content. So I give this two example because I think user are who will vote for you for your product using the money, and then the people you want to influence on the social media are like broadly what we think has a great potential. Because I think no matter for us or other climate related tech company in this field, you start from like be seen. Be seen is a really hard thing. And no matter if through tax, multimedia, or like we don't have in-person stores, but those are also in-person connections also one. Yeah, I think like the community, the way how we try to shape it is by you need to find the unique angle, like what kind of value you bring to the table. So everyone's sharing good news, like we have Bloomberg Brain, we have more I can name here, but when they come to read our content, so this is really, I think, an effort, but really low cost effort, like for us to generate content. But I think this is something actually a lot of people can learn and copy, like to expand what you're doing. Sometimes not only for your business, for your company, also for your like personal purpose. I want to share some recent research work on LinkedIn. So that's also a way that you want to engage a broad audience. And then through the work, I think that's also a straightforward, simple way to shape the community.
Yeah, I think Karen's startup is actually shaping a knowledge community there. Every time I read the articles from Climb, I found those are really relevant, really sharp, and they're very speedy. Like when the news comes into the market, it just immediately appear on your official account. So yeah, if you want to expand your knowledge, regarding ESG, please follow Climate. Great. I guess my next question would be more tailored to John and Carolus regarding fundraising. So I heard that, John, you secure a new funding from Japan. So I would like to know, would you please share with us some lessons learned during your fundraising and secure, investment for your climate tech startup?
I think I think it comes down to team, honestly. Like I don't think by myself I would be able to just like go into a new market where I don't speak the language really. I mean, I'm just very little Japanese.
Yeah. So in US started to secure a fund from Japan.
Yeah, to secure anything. It was a bit surprising, but I really have to give a applause to my teammates. They pulled it through, especially for the marketing material and the update for the pitch deck, the figuring out the whole business model and making it very, very focused for the audience we were going to be talking with. Like that was all that Matt did, just give it to them every time. But so I would say, yeah, make sure that the team you're working with when you're going for a fundraiser or funds raised is like concise, but also that you're able to articulate in kind of a concise way what you're going to be doing and where the money will be going, where they'll be getting it back, and and what your outlook is for the next 5 years, or so how you're going to reach that 100 million everyone wants to do. I think that's I'm not sure how many X that is, but everyone wants to know how you're going to reach 100 million in the next X amount of years. So just have that answer for them and make sure it's sane, believable.
Great, having a great team actually is the key. In speaking the local, context, speaking the local language for the investors.
Yeah.
Great. Carolus, I know your startup also secured, is it like 50, I don't remember the exact number, but as a start, you successfully secure some funding externally. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we work basically with business angels and we secured financing from business angels because we were kind of pre-seed area. It was very hard to talk with venture capital or private equity. But the main idea was that sometimes when you are with those investors and they are asking you hard questions, you don't need to answer all those questions. You just simply need to be honest, saying, I don't know yet. I will try and I will do my best to figure out, and then do an extra mile. After 1 day or 2 days, just email those people like, I know the answer, just for my interest and for my business success, I figured out this is the answer to you and to those partners. So I think that it's very harsh and it was very hard environment to raise the money, but it helped me to learn a lot, and I can honestly agree with you that the team is the most important thing. The second slide in my business pitch deck was about the team. Experience, education, why we are together, did we do something else in terms of construction before, and those things they're the most matter for investors.
Yeah, that.
I would just add, this brought back a thought for some reason. Knowing what's investors for you, because you meet some that be very unaligned, and sometimes when you're early stage, you just want to say yes to someone just because you want the capital, really, you want to start something, it's your dream. But sometimes if they're not aligned with you, they're going to hold you back and just kind of be a weight on you the rest of your time doing it, make it miserable. So I've learned that, I mean, not necessarily from this part of it, from the doing it before, but.
That's a two-sided thing. Okay, my next question will go to Karen and Calvin. I think based on your startups need to initiate a lot of, collaborations with external party, with organizations, with companies. And this will also be one of the key concerns for some startups. Like for example, for your startup, you need to reach out to university, to reach out to, large corporates. How do you actually prepare for that? What did you do to actually advance the climate goal together with your partners?
Yeah, I can start. I think it's a similar question as like user acquisition. I think it's the equation for us is quite simple. Is you have to bring value to your user, and then to just break that down. Our initial users, as mentioned by Wendy, mostly corporate or like education institution. To be honest, it's really hard to persuade them to give you a budget and to buy your software. And then we kind of have a practice now. We find the most practical way. It will start from a project. So for example, we help with the ESG report analyze, and then our users are satisfied with the output we have. And slowly they think that you're reliable and then like I can continue to use your service. And this works really well in Asian markets. So we actually start from service, like a one-time project. And of course we use our AI product to deliver it, but also give them access to our platform. And then like right now we're in the stage of repeating this process and then expand our user case. I think for all the software in the end, you want to really low margin client acquisition. But one thing we do is once our user use our product, it's really hard or it's really hard. It's not easy to switch. And also in the end, it's like provide you the best like output knowledge. So just to make it more concrete, like what we do on Climate platform, it gives you the answer for almost all the questions you ask. But it generates line by line like the citation. So you can click which link this answer is generated from, and then the company can build their own knowledge base. I think there's a lot of imagination from there. It's like, but it all goes back like to can you continually provide value for your client? So another thing we do is, for example, like we'll also give them, we'll intro them like to different events they might be interested, and also to give them like the news that we're writing. I think there are other ways you can do. In the end, it's also you want to be friendly with your client. You start as a partnership, and then you eventually help them to do something. And I think this will take us a long way.
So I think for Recoup and for every climate tech startup, we need collaboration because we need help, we need the networks, and we need the resources such that we can reach a pivotal point that we get enough support and our solution can be adopted by the mass market. So to get these collaboration and these early adopters, we need to understand them. Like what are their needs, what are their pain points. For example, for us, we actually go reach out to a lot of restaurants, even if they don't think our ideas work. We do interviews, we do focus group. I believe we have like more than 50 focus group with restaurants. And we understand how their operation and what's their disposable tableware look like before we design our tableware. And after that, we show them our app, show them our tableware, and then we improve based on their feedbacks. So I think understanding what their needs is and also their pain point is really key because it helps you to make sure that your product fit the market. And then after that, you will design a proposal or your solution to fit their demand so that we can help them in some sense and we won't obstruct their operation and also don't make it very hard for our collaboration party. Yes.
That's very true. For if you want to collaborate with large organizations, make sure you have your seed users first. Make sure that you have a pivot and make sure you continually, providing values to those large corporations. I guess I'm cautious about the time, but I really want to leave some time for you to have some advertisements, any requests from you, anything that you need support from the audience. Maybe I'll start from Calvin since your product is seen everywhere.
So and please feel free to follow our Instagram Recoup.hk and also try using our app. So we are still growing our restaurant networks. So you can try our products here in Science Park. We have 500 restaurants here. And also, if you have any restaurant or if you have friends operating a restaurant, feel free to network with us and we can provide you the service.
Yes, great. I think someone is finding it.
We use the service for a long time. It's just, recently, okay, Calvin has been the founder of that, the start.
Yeah, Karen?
So we own everywhere. So just search like actually this word comes with a meaning. Like mind is a climate and a mind. So it's CLI mind MIND. This is thing that came across to me like when I was walking on the street of Cambridge and I saw the company is called not Deep Mind. It's some mind. Anyway, but yeah, we our website is really easy to find out. And one thing is we are launching the second version soon. But right now, actually, you can access the timeline for basically free GPT like search. Yeah, it's seriously welcome to register account.
So I guess I'll take the next turn. My company's Dreamhouse. We're still kind of early stage and more or less in stealth mode. We have done a small bit of a raise, but we're still raising more, so have investors recommend. But I also wanted to make a recommendation to some of the students about like what tech is still needed. I'm seeing from like a real estate standpoint. Right now, like look at Japan, US, really any market. There's still a lot of room for the insurance tech to kind of be figured out because right now you're seeing more and more of these crazy storms happen and they're knocking out power, they're knocking out homes, everything. Insurance is kind of made for 1 year. You kind of do your reassessments each year for the insurance premiums and whatnot. For real estate, you plan for 10 years when you're buying a house at minimum, so depending on what market it is. So if there was a solution that helped us like better be able to look at the property and then do that assessment really quickly, like an AI system like this, that'd be, wonderful. I don't think this exists. So if you guys are looking for a company to do, that's an option.
I left the company actually, so this is the remark of the next to homes, and now I relocated back to Hong Kong, and we decided with my family that we want to be here for forever right now. That we feel that this is the right place to live to raise our kids. And in this case, I'm thinking about new startup, and I will have a mystery to all the students and all the participants. Imagine what if I mentioned in my slides everything is false. So my next startup that I would love to focus is on greenwashing. How to recognize real things in climate change, in ESG, and how to recognize if it's next to home is Energy Star certified. So this is the approach that I would love to consult companies who do not know how to do that. Also, I want to educate people who can understand those things, is it real or not in the shop, for example. And also I want to create a technology that can help to recognize those things on the internet or in physical place. So this is the story to, if you are interested in that, I would love to talk to you. If you want to start, I would emphasize that and motivate you as well.
Yes, I think there are many resources that you can navigate, especially in Hong Kong, as we are, transforming sort of from a traditional financial center to a technology center. There will be definitely a lot of resources to navigate. With that, I want to conclude this panel with a little bit, a summary here. I think what we're seeing here today is a group of, entrepreneurs who are trying to push the climate, the climate awareness forward from different perspectives, from, knowledge generation, from community engagement, from how you live globally, and from how you build your dream home. There are so many things that we could still imagine and so many possibilities. Hong Kong is in a very good position here because we're here, we can we can hear so many voices internationally and internalize it with the capital that are flowed here, with the technologies and with the talents, in Greater China. So I do believe that in Hong Kong, there's more things to do. There are more resources that we want to request from the society to push the sustainability together. With that, thank you very much for all the panelists for your participation and sharing. And I would also like to share Nelson and Jonathan for providing us with the stage, and also my colleagues supporting here today. Thank you very much.
Should be good for your home. Now stay. I will just say a few words before you go down the stage. According to my clock, see, it's close to 6, close to dinner time. But you're still staying together with us. And as you can see that today we have speakers, experts, professionals from all corners of the world. This is actually a trilingual, I would say trilingual seminar from morning till now. And I would like to extend my particular gratitude for Wendy Choi. Wendy was here, I greeted her this early morning before 9. Okay, we took photos. I thought she was making a speech in the morning. But, in fact, she's the one hosting the forum to close the seminar. So, but this is important, not because she is from my alma mater, University of Hong Kong, where I'm in. Okay. The most important thing is that she's supporting our association, she's supporting our event action. So you're coming, joining us is great support to us too, and you have made the right choice to come. All right. So this is what we call globalization. It's great people think alike. Once again, thank you. MC time.
Thank you for your great closure again. I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone who participated, and especially to Nelson, who invited everyone here, like-minded talent, to be here together as well. Thank you for the opportunity for this hosting, and thank you for hosting this event and connecting everyone together. And this seminar has been really insightful. Thank you so much, and I look forward to see you guys again. Goodbye. We can actually take a group photo together.
Oh, that's too big. All right, yes. Should we take a photo together before you go? Yep. Come to the front, come on.
On stage.
On stage, okay. Let's go to the stage. Why not? Let's pretend to be young. I think we do a Jesus.
Yes, on stage. Wendy。来，我们鲨鱼选好。来，马上就好，开了，鲨鱼选好。 後生要唱啱我嘅 stage， 啱我嘅 stage， 後生要唱啱我嘅 stage， 啱我嘅 stage。Okay, young people on the stage. You look very young. Next week. Join us. With family. Come on. Aren't you family? Yes. This is my schedule, right? Okay. Make sure you get smiles on your face. All right. Chef, you want the spine?
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay. Once again, oh, okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Okay. That is exactly what you didn't say what you feel but not everything. So the song that always